Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. I am currently recovering from 2d10 psychic damage. You know when you wake up, you sit at your computer, and you start scrolling, and you immediately impact some dumb shit that you just can't stop thinking about? That's today. It's one of those days. So, we will be balancing that out by inflicting massive amounts of actual damage on enemies. With the lightning bolt chucking build got even more stronger. I was messing around with it off stream. I got a really good armor drop, got a really good spell drop, and had some thoughts about it. This is probably the strongest gun build I've ever made at this point, and it's really fun to play. I even went and I checked a couple of mule saves from launch that had notable purples, and because Redux does away with like chaos tiers and stuff, that gear is still useful now. So managed to grab a couple items that'll be pretty spicy. Respect to the never scroll talent gives immunity to scroll status effects. I should definitely do that. I would in control, Mr. Arson, Almessimo, Reckless Monster, Conman, Rabbit. Sponsored by Manscaped or some shaving company already. I don't want a double message. I messaged them like 2 years ago. I'm waiting for the response back, Rabbit. You don't double message. Yeah, let's do the thing with the thing. Double message? No. It's too needy. So I went and farmed this Shock Blast. This comes from deckhands over, you know, in the boat, the Lachance area. But I managed to get some really good parts, and this spell is kind of insane. So it might not look notable from the card, but like it's got a few unique things. One, basically the delivery of this is like a Curse of Malice. But you get unlisted projectiles. So getting that extra projectile is huge. Think like Frozen Orb status. But it's a 9-second cooldown with 4 charges base, and it's got a faster cast animation. No other spell casts this fast. Now it's also lightning, so it fits in with the boosts I have on my gear and stuff. And it has really good polymorph behavior. So this just does everything we need in this build, and it's really good. Another thing I went and picked up was I grabbed a Bloodshot. I got a Chain Lightning Bloodshot in Cryo. And this is like the second strongest chucking option behind fucking Fear Knots. These are just called Bloodshots in Redux, apparently. Or there were Bloodshots in the vanilla game. This one is just still called a Bloodshot. Yeah, I guess this one wasn't renamed. Or at least the ones I had on this mule weren't successfully renamed. But anyway, yeah. Because you can see this has good base damage. It still doesn't do more than the pistols because of the chucking formula, and it's got its own downsides. For example, it chucks slower. It's a 2-second reload speed. And the splash radius is huge. To the point where it's sometimes a problem. I need to not throw this in certain situations because it does down me. But like Thunder Fury has a good chuck as well, despite it chucking off of SMG base damage. It's just SMGs as a whole have a little rougher. This heirloom can chuck decently well, but SMGs are the weakest chucking option here. So we want 2 types to diversify our ammo consumption. Pistol's still our main. We got a mulligan to debuff for the pistol. We got a Twisted Illusion equipped to apply soak since we're not using a Tidebreaker anymore. Still using that Amalgam, although I did get a really good Cape of Tides drop. Let me see if I could find it. I got a really good Amnesia drop as well. Look at this. Almost perfect. Only way I could have... only way this could have been better is if one of those, what's the name of the skill? I always forget it. Just warming up points had been in Instinct. But, like, damn near a perfect amnesia roll. The problem is, I'm not gonna live if I'm trying to use amnesia and agony together. Where's the Cape of Tides? Oh, I got a 5 out of 5 in the fire rate skill on this one. That's amusing. Skills are bad though. Maybe it was this Cape of Tides? Yeah, I think it was this one. Hey Huntress. Hey OGK. How you doing? But point is, we did get more stronger.
Are you prepared?
And I'll show that off.
We'll see.
Thought I was early. So I like chucking the Bloodshot at the polymorph enemy because it has such big splash radius that it hits them even when they're flying. I had to buy a soundbar for my TV because the speakers died. Youngest to now watch Mickey Mouse again. Aha. Yes, you've got the TV hypnotism back up and running. That's good. Goodbye, Nightmare. Mickey's her favorite thing in life. It's cute. I can still upgrade the armor and one of the rings on this save. Like, I'm using the huge mag size one, which kind of hurts my ammo a little bit. But we're just kind of coping. It's a war crime in some countries, I'm sure. It's a good build. Hit myself. Few bad chucks there, but it's fine. Need to re-break my agony. Dragon Lord. No, I wasn't even trying to kill you, really, Dragon Lord. Okay. The Shock Blast, I've been finding it accidentally doing massive chunks. While what all does Redux change? More than I could list in a short conversation, but if you do exclamation point Redux, it'll give you a list of like the core changes. Bye. Isn't okay? It's very okay. I know a lot of people have concerns about the overall gun balance of, you know, just gun builds in Redux, and because apparently my role is always to be a contrarian, to tell you that guns aren't good in the game where people think guns are good, and then to tell you that they're good in the version of the game where people think they're not. I don't know. I guess that's just who I am. But yeah, no, gun builds are crazy in this game if you build towards it. And you use the right things. I'd still say guns as an archetype, probably still comfortably behind melee, but like, this particular gun setup is definitely not. Work on Epic? Yeah. I'm playing on the Epic version right now. I own the Steam version, but yeah, I've never once launched it.
What have you done?
And that's a boss run. Nice. Love seeing gun builds performed as well, seeing as that's the build archetype I vibe with most. Normally it's the one I don't vibe with, but I really like the lightning bolt chucks. Like, I really like those. So I'm glad to see them performing very well. If we pick a number 4 to 16, because it's you, I'm gonna say 3. Wait, Divergent is still in the mod. So I was really just unlucky that entire time? We farmed chums for how long? And I thought Divergent had been replaced. But no, it's still here. Okay. I guess I'm just really unlucky. Okay. Sure, we're looking rat out, then replenish the next day. Well, it's still a dark magic one, Arson. Like, I really want a cryo one. But I'll hold it for now. Wonder how it is now. I'll try to test it today. Any fear or pearls? No, I don't think so. Three isn't an answer. Rabbit, usually this question is you trying to get people to somehow unknowingly endorse you eating like 3 loaves of bread at a time. I'm not gonna be part of that. At least it's not cheesecake, true. Yeah, Jaybridge. Content update coming? Yeah. Much like with BL3 Redux, plans are to just keep adding stuff over time.
We'll see.
So I don't BL3 Redux? No, BL3 Redux is stuff. That's my start streaming alarm. I knew I forgot something. Hey, Lizard Leech. How you doing? Lost me old account, so I'm back. And who were you before? Hey, McBain. Good job jiggling. Come on, bye, Zomboss. Is a boss rush? Yeah, this is a boss rush playlist in the Chaos Chamber. You have 3 obelisk rooms with 3 bosses. So it's just 6 total rooms, and it's you get right into the thick of things. It's my favorite playlist to just kind of vibe in. Username's the same, but with a single number difference? Ah, understood. Can Marshmallow, like the lightning bolt, continuously ricochet off a single target? That is something that I was curious about as well, so I did pick up a Marshmallow. Let's see. Put that down. I guess we need to test this when we have a single target. Like, I'm not sure if Marshmallow has any value because these lightning bolts do bounce off terrain. So I guess we'll have to test against an actual single enemy. OGK and Less Handsome Jack in the same chat. What year is it? I just had to highlight that because I got this weird timey-wimey feeling.
I'm taking a break from my usual copy pasta spam to inform everyone in chat that you have lost the game.
Classic, Jack. Classic. Thank you for the tier 2 again and the 34 months. Really appreciate you. Good to see you. See, Kevin says hi too. Jack, we're chucking. We're chucking. It's circled back around to proving to people that gun builds are good by doing TDR stuff when people think gun builds aren't good right now. Because apparently I'm just a contrary fuck. Variety is dead. Hey, Pris. Temporarily dead. It wasn't gonna be dead, but, you know, EA released a game that doesn't work for most of the people who bought it. So. What year is it? Let's see, people got hype playing Resident Evil 4 and everyone's excited for Diablo 4 to release. For Diablo to release, I think it's the early 2000s.
Nothing up my sleeve.
Yeah. Some of the most popular games of this year have been Dead Space, Metroid Prime, and Resident Evil 4. What year is it? It's going for the wrong enemy. Yeah, I don't think Marshmallow's worth here. It's certainly funny. I don't think it's doing anything. FTSG. EA moment right there. Do be like that. I can count myself amongst the people who have it working enough to play, but let me tell you, even if it's fixed performance, it's a bad port. Damn. That sucks to hear. Since my frustration yesterday, I was trying to keep myself busy just watching like RE4 streams and stuff. Not being sad over no Jedi game. But I couldn't even escape it there because in the RE4 streams they're talking about how a couple of the RE4 speedrunners were trying to play it and like 2 of them managed to get it working, but one of them tried to play it on PS5 and got a stable 5 frame. Just 5 frames. Stable 5. It's not even limited to PC, it's just the game isn't optimized. It's really frustrating. was gonna joke about not being able to wait for Resident Evil remakes and Unreal Engine 5. It actually sounds hype as fuck. That does sound really good. That's the Bloodshot performing that well. Like, the Mulligan debuff doesn't work on the Bloodshot. It's just cracked. No, I blew myself up.
You should have gone for the head. Nothing
A
but
little hard to hit this with these bolts. Bloodshot bolts are slower. Maybe I will stick with this. Yeah, the pistol's just more stronger. How do 3080s run it? Not well.
I'm just getting started. Pass swiftly to that dark beyond.
Yeah, it's in contention for worst of the year. It's at the point where I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up seeing like a wave of people, you know, jerking each other off about refunding the game. Because like the same energy was with Cyberpunk on consoles, last gen consoles when that came out. And it led to them changing refund policies so people could mass refund the game. And like this is the first time I've considered just refunding a game in years. Actually, when was the last time I thought about refunding a game? I don't remember. I do not remember. Do I rarely buy a new game? Like, there's still definitely more new releases that I've been satisfied with than dissatisfied with, but AAA gaming is a fucking shit show right now, because it's a coin flip whether this happens. Like, RE4 Remake is fantastic. I love RE4 Remake. I'm very glad I purchased that and everything. But then, like, Jedi Survivor doesn't fucking run. Can't play it, I see no problem with refunding it. Should have let the game cook longer. Yeah, I mean, or... I don't know, I'm not gonna say they lied on the specs, but... because it doesn't run well on much better specs than what their recommended specs are. Looking forward to Starfield. Looking forward to a Bethesda title and a conversation about games having shitty releases. I am sorry, my friend.
Think you can make it? You go on ahead. I'll swing it.
Looking forward to Armored Core, but it's a From game, so PC's gonna be horrible. Yeah, yeah. Because we're just a glutton for punishment. There's certain things that certain fandoms have just come to live with. Like Lands players. We talk about wanting a functional UI, but like, we're gonna play the game even though the UIs suck every time. Bethesda fans know that their game is just not gonna... it's gonna be more bugs than game at release. But that's the price of admission. Part of the experience, some would say. Never stop being a Lands player. As long as they keep pumping out banger gameplay, yeah. Gameplay of these games has been solid. As long as we don't end up in a situation where we get a focus on the slot machine aspect and move to shit like online only, I'll be here.
Your soul's weaker than wet bread.
Can't say grass is greener elsewhere. Yeah, it's not like there's anything filling the niche.
At least your last sight was this beauty.
Now we're cooking.
You wore her out.
You remind me of an old friend.
Priz will be back, we all know it. If Rabbit can get Priz to do math for the first Descendant, we can get Priz to do Borderlands 4. Low to mid difficulty.
More protection than anything else.
Hey, newbie. Presence here is purely to spite Quag. It's not purely. It's like 1% because you like hanging out here.
I wanted to rip your head off myself anyway.
Murphy's Law. Person life is shit for a while. What should I do? A lot of concerning housing, fighting with your youngest medical stuff. Good old healthcare system in the United States for people who have greater than average needs. It's lovely, isn't it? My inventory is full. Should do something about that. I don't need that. It's one with a loot luck passive? Hang on, where was this? Yeah, we can toss that. Our healthcare system sucks ass. You have a healthcare system? Pretty much two ways of looking at that. It's a good protagonizer. Bunch of field TOs. None of them the kind that I wanted. So that's fun. Drop some twisters, I guess. 3 icebreaker on this thing? Damn. You gotta take field TOs. Pick up an insurance, they tried charging us 180k worth of bills. Yep, yeah, that sounds about right.
Magic! You should have learned by now.
See, there's a core misconception that makes that entire system make sense. It's just, you need to think about shit in a really inhumane way for it to make sense. And that core worldview shift you gotta have for the American healthcare system to make sense is that they don't want you to live. It all falls into place once you accept that. Refuse to accept their bullshit? Good. Always fight them.
Pass quickly to that dark beyond, friend.
Best food options in the world, so it's a fair trade. No, they do want you alive. A lot of people suffering is how they make money. That's how a rational mind works, rapid fire. But if it was about price gouging, they would gouge at a price where people could still buy the fucking thing.
Someone tell me they're keeping count.
I'm off my box? Nah, no, you're fine. It's a real issue a lot of people have to deal with. And it's something a lot of people here in the chat can resonate with. Last year, suddenly passed out, ambulance took me to the hospital, took some blood tests, and had MRI scan. Didn't have to pay anything, didn't even have insurance, just unemployed at the time. Yeah, meanwhile here, people will literally beg anyone who's around and tries to help them in an emergency not to call 911 and to instead call them an Uber. Because an Uber to a hospital in a metropolitan area costs you, maybe $30 if it's far, whereas an ambulance can cost you $3,000 to $5,000. You link somewhere to your class and your weapon setup, damage output's crazy good. I can go over the setup for you right after the run, if you'd like me to. Explain my choices and everything. Also, welcome. Hello. Oh, hey, look, we're at the end of the run anyway. This works out. Ursula having her genetic disorder is hard enough without greedy healthcare. Yeah, it's not like you don't have day-to-day challenges already, but, like, adding the challenge of, hey, more money than you most likely make in a year for one appointment. Now, please. Like, what? Okay, so, skill tree-wise, for this setup, let me actually, we have 3 out of 1 high thread count right now because Butt Stallion was kind. Let me get out of the chamber first so the Butt Stallion buff's clear. Made less than 35k last year, I'm a poor fuck. Yo, poor fucks unite. I'm same boat, same boat. Same boat. Like, a median income in the United States as of, like, 2021 was 50k a year? And I still feel like that's weighted a little high because of how much people on the higher end make. That's, Seriously, love my job, I'm happy there. As long as you make enough to get by and you don't hate what you do, I consider that enough of a win, personally. But yeah, skill tree choices here. We've got Berserker Spell Shot. I'd say Berserker Spell Shot is gonna be peak of like raw damage output for most gun builds in Redux. You could make an argument for Stabomancer over Spell Shot if you are capping out the tree and using From the Shadows. That way you grab Critical Ascension. But if not, then I think this is pretty hard to contest for raw damage output. Reason being, you just get such a huge amount of gun damage from magic bullets and one saw, one kill. It's just a lot. You're also getting the ability to keep ward effects from broken wards on. So things like Agony, things like Last Gasp, Cursed Wit, those sort of things, and that has a lot of value. You also get spell support just for existing, which gives you a good backup option, and you get a bunch of reload speed, which is particularly good for the kind of weapon I'm using right now. Over in the Berserker tree, we take on Yielding for a little bit of healing, because we'll never have a ward active, so this adds up over time. Ancestral Frost is not a fantastic skill, but we take it to move down the tree. I was thinking about honestly taking Savagery for the enrage duration, even though I'm not doing melee damage, but a tweak over time. The Old Ways is one of the biggest things Berserker has to offer. This is a category of the damage formula that you don't have access to in most circumstances. Like, this is the damage mult of the Cursed Wit, but Cursed Wit, you need to not only have your ward broken and be close to an enemy, you need to give up your equip slot for that in the first place. Other sources of this damage mult are the Spore Warden's Headhunter skill, and not too much else. Insight Rings buff. Sharksbane's damage versus sharks. Not very many things go in this category, is the point. And most of the things that do go to very specific sources of damage. The old ways is just be close to something, get damage mult. And the way you get bigger damage in these games, in most instances, is by diversifying your damage multipliers. My favorite representation of this is like you could go 1 times 1 times 1 times 8, or you could go 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, and the latter is double the damage. Smaller mults in bunch of categories rather than putting all your eggs in one basket leads to much bigger damage. So this skill goes really hard. This is one of the biggest reasons to take Berserker, period. And it also gives you damage reduction. So more damage, more tank, just for playing close. It's really good. And then you have Icebreaker, which is another fresh multiplier. Icebreaker is multiplicative with everything else in the game. So just with 2 tier 2 skills, Berserker is giving more damage formula than a lot of other multi-classes, like, combined. So we definitely max these. And then we have Instinct, which is reload speed, swap speed. I'm juggling weapons a lot, and I'm chucking a reload, so this is just raw DPS. Allows me to deliver my damage effectively. It's really good. Now, I wish I could take Cold Snap, we just don't have the skill points. Instead, I'm taking 1 Blood Frenzy for better enrage uptime and for a little bit of healing, then 1 unarmored defense, which is going to give me a huge amount of health. Keep in mind, since I am using Glass Cannon, I'm never going to have a ward, so I want my health bar to be big. And then we've got Relentless Rage, gives us access to Enrage without having to use Polymorph, and also lets us sit and save your soul for longer. And Ancient Fury is really good in Redux because the area damage passive... Well, first of all, in Wonderlands, there's only 2 places to get area damage without getting really, really specific in terms of enchants. Those enchants are not even available in Redux, so it's a moot point, but... You have your armor passive, which requires you getting lucky on your armor of choice. And you have this skill in the Berserker skill tree. The armor passive in Redux was made smaller. So Ancient Fury is the biggest boost to area damage in the entire game. And the difference between builds that are able to get area damage and builds that aren't, it's a fresh multiplier, effectively. So this is just a huge amount of additional damage. And, so we're combining all those things with chucking Fury or Lightning Bolts. And these are gun damage that get splash damage bonuses. They have innate multi-target ability. Even non-elemental ones are actually lightning, but you get the higher base damage of using a non-elemental weapon. So that's pretty nice. I don't have the correct crossbolts on this one. I want to roll of this with gun damage crossbolts rather than melee damage crossbolts. That would be another extra multiplier I could benefit from. So like this is really strong. We've got the mulligan here. This item's special effect on the alt fire is that stacking up to 3 times, you get a 33% debuff for any pistol damage you do. So I can make the lightning bolts from this do 99% more damage. That's another separate multiplier. The shaped hourglass, the gun damage from this is another separate multiplier from the rest of it. Sensing a trend here. Agony is global damage, which is a multiplier that neither Spellshot nor Berserker have access to in skill tree. So another separate multiplier. Now we get a little bit of that stat from the all damage passive on our armor. We get a little bit from the all damage passive on our amulet, but only 20% with those two combined, and then we get another 65 of it here. Yeah, so we get a lot of different damage categories, and with all of our buffs and stuff. Oh, and also we have Soaked. We have Soaked, which is another 50% fresh mult for any lightning damage we do. Lightning and cryo damage. So all of this stuff combined leads to big damage. The highest damage number I've seen so far with this build. We hit 5 million on one of these lightning bolts. And for reference, 5 million in Vanilla Wonderlands is about 40% of the HP of the ultimate boss of the game, the Maker. If I'm remembering correctly. Though that could have been at a lower chaos cap. Hey Gage, good to see you. I was lurking in your stream a little bit last night. Always enjoy watching or stressing as you try not to die in Skyrim. Pretty sure it doesn't, but guns with wings don't get buffed by companion attack speed. That's a tough one. I don't actually know, Yankee Bone Lettuce, because with those, they benefit from certain companion things, but not everything. Because they're still guns, but they're counted as, like, your gun as if it was a pet. It's weird. That's something that requires testing. See the end of the mage stuff? I didn't. I was gaming at the time, so there's a couple points where I didn't mute it, so I missed things. But I didn't manage to catch that. I saw you doing companion storyline stuff. That's where I was tuning in. Time for on player versus on pet buff classifications. Yeah, it's tough. Like, and there's a lot of dual scaling things in this game. So you'll see stuff like Dreadwind's a perfect example. Dreadwind is melee damage that also scales with ability damage. So ability damage boosts apply, but Dreadwind is not dealing ability damage, nor does it count as ability damage for anything that specifically procs off of that. So stuff like Fair Share and Wrath of Nature won't do anything to Dreadwind, but ability damage increases will. So like Guns with Wings, they don't get companion damage bonuses because they're not companions, but they get stuff like Harvest, which is a bonus element that applies to companions. It's weird. They count towards Brutal Stampede, which checks how many companions you have. When you were in the last cast run, were you throwing weapon in slot 4 most of the time? It looked like you weren't using your spell. Yeah, I was throwing the weapon in slot 4 most of the time. This is like my biggest damage dealer. I was using my spell. It's a very fast animation, so sometimes it's hard to see. Let me save quit so I don't have the health bug. This is primarily a gun build, so the spell isn't the focus, but the spell is still able to do some good damage, because Spell Shot just kind of... Even in a Spell Shot gun build, you end up getting support for your spells. For some reason, the end of the College Winterhold, when I accidentally shot one of the friendly mages, we got caught in a never-ending loop of them trying to fight me. Ooh, that's stressful. When I was a young boy. Oh, Black Parade's gonna be stuck in my head all day. Damn it. Hey, Sweaty Pomps, thank you for the 3 months. Oh, you got woken up to a marching band going down the street? Yeah, that's why My Chemical Romance is now in my head. It's funny, 2022 and 2023 have been some sort of weird time warp where we've gotten new Paramore and My Chemical Romance, where Dead Space, Metroid Prime, and Resident Evil 4 released. It's just weird. Time is interesting. Ooh, Wastard. I love bullying Wastard with this build. Any tips on gearing up? Made to Chaos 30, just running Chaos 10. So I'm playing the Redux mod right now, which the max difficulty in Redux is Chaos 10. But in vanilla, I do play on Chaos 100. My recommendation while gearing up is... Yeah, there's the alert. Recommendation with gearing up is to keep in mind that the progression is your gearing. A lot of people view the progression through the chaos levels to their desired chaos level as like tedium to that point. But keep in mind the way chaos tiered gear works is it's in brackets. So like any gear you get from 1 to 19, that's the same potential gear, highest gear rolls, etc. as on 19. And then it's true from 35 to 49. And then it's true from 50 all the way to 100. So gearing during that time is not wasted time. If you take a break from progressing to re-gear, you are not wasting your time because that's potential long-term upgrades. I would recommend, depending on your action skill of choice and your damage dealing archetype of choice, you'll have different priorities. Like if you're playing a gun build, then you're really gonna want your weapon slots to be in good shape. You need specific bossing options. Like boss damage is where gun builds tend to struggle the most in vanilla. Also in Redux. So your weapon slots are probably biggest priority. You want stuff like sword explosions or riveter mashers, stuff that has really high DPS that'll deal with bosses. Mobbing you can just kind of squeak by. If you're doing like a spell build, then you're gonna want good support for your spells in terms of like if you're doing double knot, you want a good weapon to hold for double knot, and then you want your enchants to all be something beneficial to you, and then you can just kind of get by otherwise. Armor is really big for spell builds, I should say. For dot builds, the gearing is a lot looser because there's fewer things that benefit dot builds. So like you technically in a sense need more specific gear, but like you don't need as specific rolls on those things. Like for dot builds, you can just go get any old Demon Blight because that's the only ring that boosts your dot builds. It's the only one. So just getting a Demon Blight is still better than anything else, even though a perfect Demon Blight is better. For melee builds, getting that melee crit chance up is really impactful. So it really depends on what exactly you're doing. My priorities change depending on what kind of build I'm gearing. It's Paramore in the other name. My Chemical Romance. Those are early 2000s bands. Pop punk emo type shit. OGK.
And yet...
Hey Sora, how are you? Not my style then? I figured. Bye, Waster. One shot him through his phases. I don't know why Chemical Romance feels so old. It's not an age thing, it's just a genre thing. Demon Blight with one... You're not getting me with that, Sora. If I was building towards a dot build, then Demon Blight could be good here. Yes. But I'm doing gun damage. Damn it. You got me. In an alternate world, you got me. I hope that is a comfort to you. Sorry I asked so many questions? No, I'm happy to answer. We overanalyze builds and whatnot here. That is like the backbone of my content. You're in the right place to ask questions. Use same setup on regular and Redux. On vanilla, I tend to play more melee stuff. And that stuff is just as viable over here. Honestly, it just got stronger without having to make any different choices. This kind of setup will work on vanilla, with no real skill tree changes or anything. One of the reasons I like Redux so much is it's pretty light touch in terms of things. Like, this setup 1-to-1 works over in vanilla, except you just have to replace a few items. Like, this gun doesn't exist in vanilla. This melee weapon is something different in vanilla. This shield is something different. This spell is something different as well. But like this armor, these rings, the guns I'm using, I'd have to go with a different amulet as well. It's just the stats would be lower. But the build concept works. It's the only boss I cannot kill twice. Oh, you run out of like ammo or get caught in the second phase, Lee. Paramore released a new album recently, by the way. It's a different sound than that or usual stuff. Some good songs in there. I still haven't listened to it yet. I've been meaning to. Where'd the boss go? Oh, you're here. Came into Quedge, deleting a boss of lightning bolts. Please make build guide. I just went over the whole setup a few minutes ago. I can talk through it as I continue to play, though. Didn't these used to be Spore? You can do lightning bolt chucks with a bunch of different classes. Basically any that support gun damage well. In Redux, I like this multi-class combo because Berserker provides a lot of important formula here. And Spell Shot lets us keep access to Agony, always on, plus it gives us additional reload speed and a shitload of gun damage. One of the key stats that Berserker doesn't have any of in Tree is gun damage. So with Spell Shot, we're able to get, let's see, Magic Bullets 37.5% of our spell damage as gun damage. Spell Weaving is base 40% before class power. We have 2 high thread count, so yeah, that's another 48%. So 88% before class power. How much class power do we have? 55. So basically, we're able to get into 3 figures of spell damage just with our class feat, without taking even 1 slot 1 kill, which we do have over here. But just with our class feat, we're able to get in 3 figures. With 1 slot 1 kill, we're close to 200% spell damage, just from this tree. So 37.5 of that in gun damage is not as significant as what you'd get from gear, but that's still, I'm pretty sure, the second largest amount of gun damage you can get in skill tree, behind Redux Spore Warden. It's a lot. Full scale of gun damage, yeah, they are pure gun damage, but they are also splash, which is why Berserker's good, because you get splash damage on Berserker. And we've got Soaked going. That's helping us a lot too. Unfortunately, the upgrade that I would benefit the most from is this same pistol in this same element with the same delivery method with gun damage crossbolts. Like, if this Spine Touch had dropped in ×1 with Chain Lightning Bolts, this would have been what I needed, but it's ×2 Dagger Storm. So we gotta keep looking. And it's kind of hard to get purples in Redux. You're like, this is a lightning bolt, but it's not chain lightning. And it's not the right element. And it's melee crossbolts. So we need something real specific. Not quite sure. Excuse me. Ugh. Not quite sure how to go about getting that at the moment, other than just doing more runs. Not sure why I thought they were ability. It'd be really interesting if they were ability. Like, that would be really interesting. I was gonna check the vendor. That's why I went here. Wish this mod was on console so bad. Yeah, I understand. It's just one of those things that it's not on the cards. But something we can hope for is for whatever the next Lens game brings, for them to let it cook. A popular community sentiment that I've seen lately is hoping for either BL4 or Wonderlands 2 news soon. I'm hoping the opposite. I'm hoping it is not soon because they need to let it cook. Let it cook. Imagine if this game's post-launch season had, like, been given more time to just flesh things out. They had looked at the game over a longer period. Like, you know how BL3 got support over the course of 3 years? And it's a really well fleshed out product? They let that game cook. I do not want them to rush the next one. I buy on PC, already got it on console. I've seen a lot of people buying Wonderlands on PC to play Redux. Redux has been getting a lot of positive attention, which you love to see. I'm sure the Redux team's proud of it. Just yesterday, I saw there was a Yahoo News article on the mod, there was a Kotaku article on the mod, there was a PC Gamer article on the mod. Like, yeah. You love to see it. Some line throwing at me. What do you mean, Sam Lasko? You love to see these nuts? I do. My day is not complete until I do. So glad Redux is getting attention, not just because the mod creators deserve it, also for the spotlight. It puts in some easy and sensible lands improvements. Yeah, it gets people talking about just some core features that are in this mod that, like, should probably be baseline. Like a much more sensible re-rolling system. Just think about it this way. A lot of the changes made in Redux are ways to minimize or remove just barriers put in place, RNG barriers put in place to trick people into grinding longer without playing the game the way they want to. Like the enchantment system in Wonderlands was just specifically set up to force players to have to regrind every few minutes. Like it's egregious. It was originally, it forced you to refarm an item if you didn't get it to reroll the way you wanted it within like 24 attempts. Then the item would be permanently bricked. That had so much backlash that they eventually changed it to, okay, well, if you don't get it in the next 4 rolls, then you have to refarm and get your moon orbs back up. And like the fact that that's an improvement, like you get 4 attempts at rerolling 1 slot of 1 item you've already farmed before you have to go reacquire the maximum possible amount of that currency. Like, that's just kind of insulting. Like, that is very clearly just trying to get as much time as you can out of no additional gameplay. And that sucks. Redux is like, hey, no, it costs 100, never goes up. You can just, you know, get the enchant you want. Like, a lot of the changes are in the spirit of solving situations like that. So the takeaway from that being a greater conversation, you know, in the gaming space in general, is I would think that maybe this reaches some game devs' eyes and they're like, hey, we can just be confident because we have good gameplay. We could get people to play the game more with our good gameplay that's already here, instead of trying to trick them into having to bypass, you know, 50 different loops, 50 different RNG systems. Like, the game's already good. You don't need to trick me. I already bought it. I already want to play it. Don't try to trick me. Wasn't rerolling in BL3 a set number? Yes, but it was a much bigger pool of possible passives. And you had to, like, change it. The BL3 rerolling system had its own flaws. You didn't have a cap on your iridium, which was nice, but earning that iridium is generally much slower. You had a much bigger pool of potential annoyance. You had to change, like, rerolling changed it. You didn't confirm that you want the new one or stick with the old one, so it always changed it. So you could theoretically end up in a loop of, hey, I'll take the new annoyant. Oh, the next one's the old annoyant. Oh, well, I got that same annoyant again, and you just bounce between two indefinitely. Statistically unlikely, but it happens. So that system had its own flaws. They honestly traded out some of the flaws of that system for different ones in this one. But, you know, I respect the attempt and stuff. Hopefully in the next iteration, because of conversations like this, we don't end up with, you know, just another way of trying to trick players into putting in more time when they could just lean into the fact that they have good gameplay. You see that comment on Twitter being critical of Redux, calling content creators positive of the mod, that they're towing the line of the mod? No, I didn't see that at all. Typical stupid fucking Twitter bottom feeder. I should be less forceful when I say things like that, but it's just so... I get so annoyed when people try to do that nonsense where they try to gaslight content creators into, like, acting a certain way. Like, speaking as a creator, there's already enough shit we have to, like, juggle. Like, you're perpetually marketing yourself 100% of the time. And adding in that wrinkle of, oh, I'm not allowed to enjoy things because of what random anime profile pic number 3227 on Twitter thinks. Like, fuck off. I have enough to think about. If you don't want to enjoy a thing other people are enjoying, stop consuming that thing. Like, it's that simple. Hey Jester, how are you? For a reason, stop playing Wonderlands. Farming for an item could take weeks, and I just got bored of spending weeks just for an upgrade. Felt like either going to weeks into making my builds marginally better, just save edit it. Yeah, like, it's a lot easier when you could reasonably farm the gear. All the gear I have on right now, with the exception of this was something that actually dropped on stream for cheese a year ago and was traded around because it was a really good roll. But all of this gear, this was farmed on stream. This was farmed on stream. This doesn't matter. This is just a stat stick. The stats literally don't matter. That was just in my bank. These are purples from launch on purple mules that hit vending machines a bunch. These were farmed on stream. This was farmed on stream. This I farmed off stream last night, but I farmed it. This was farmed on stream. Like, it's not unreasonable to get a full kit in Redux. Because, once again, a big focus of Redux is putting the focus on the player playing the game. The new melee model? It is, Dex. It is. Hey, Ms. Up. How you doing? Hope BO4 is not this year, so I can get a PS5. Plus, there's some games still need to play, like Horizon 2, Cyberpunk, Doom Eternal. Yeah, my game's backlog is still crazy. I need to make a dent. They're creating full-on models. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. It's really cool stuff, in my opinion. LOL save edit isn't my go-to thought process in playing Redux. And that's the key thing. that I think is a takeaway with how this mod approaches the loot system, because you're never gonna solve people save editing. You are never going to stop that, not organically, because even if you move to online only model, as a lot of people have suggested, and I still think it's a bad suggestion, I'll elaborate. Even if you move to online only model, it's not gone. Like, you can still edit. It's just more roundabout. It's still very doable, and people still very much do it. But if you tackle the root cause of it, and you make people just not want to, then it doesn't matter anymore. Like, just make people not want to with a sensible loot system. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Like, I could save edit all my gear in Redux, but, like, I don't want to, because I don't need to test things out in a reasonable amount of time. It's that simple. Build you currently rocking? I'm doing a lightning bolt chucking build. Chris Chow. Doing some chillmonger stuff in Redux. It's really powerful.
Enter if you dare. But seriously.
Lightning armor issue get fixed? Not yet, to my knowledge. I was taking from an enemy weapon. Ah, the big ounce? Could have been. Could have been. Maybe. I love using the bloodshot chuck to hit the skeep, because it's got enough splash radius that it being flying doesn't cause a problem. So I still just get the shock blast. Fortunately, bloodshot ammo is limited. Well, it's nice for build diversity. I have a lot of parts or passes on gear. I do wish there was a system that would make getting specific gear easier. Something to hope for future titles. I've said it a dozen times on stream. I'll say it a dozen more. Borderlands got its start by emulating Diablo. Lands games can get out of their issue with the loot system right now by emulating Diablo again, because Diablo's innovated in that department. They've gotten with the times. Such devastation. That's a really strong build. Very happy with it. Yeah, let's. The wife and I enjoyed Vanilla Wonderlands, got burned out on the endgame. I'm on PC and she was on Xbox. I already have my doubts, but it's possible I've host for us to play Redux together. No, unfortunately, all players in the lobby need to have Redux installed. It's not just hot fixes. Like, a lot of BL3 mods are just hotfix mods, so technically you can have, for a lot of them, people on different platforms in the same lobby and it'll inherit the hotfixes of the host. But Redux is more comprehensive than that. It's got some non-hotfix modding, and that stuff doesn't play nicely. Oh, the Mulligan pistol, Mulligan applied pistol debuff. It does. That's why we use it for bossing. So, like, my routine for dealing with enemies here is I apply the Mulligan, and that pistol debuff is going on the lightning bolt there. You're chucking a shotgun? Not only a shotgun. I'm not using the Mulligan in mobbing. For bossing, I use it. And think about it this way. even if I am chucking the pistol and mobbing, I don't need to worry about the mulligan because enemies don't have enough HP for that to even be worth my time. Blew myself up. I always thought if it ain't Pixie or Flying Gun, it's weak. That's one of the reasons I really have a healthy distaste of Pixies. Because a lot of people flocked to Pixies in like the first 2 months of Wonderlands. And then they grew the assumption that nothing else was as good. While Pixies are disgustingly overpowered and literally play the game for you, it's not like they're even a blanket quote-unquote strongest. And it definitely doesn't mean that there aren't other strong and interesting things to use. The lightning bolts have always been good. They've always been very, very good. Just a bit more involved. Pistol chucking magic damage? Nope, it's just gun damage. Simply gun damage. Nothing funky happening. It's just gun. Which is probably one of the reasons I like it so much. Like, a big part of the power of, Fear Not Pixies, or Spine Touch Pixies, I suppose, in Redux, is that they get so many forms of scaling. You get your spell scaling, you get your companion damage scaling, etc., etc. With this, it's just, no, I am throwing a gun at your face. It's very straightforward. There's something charming about the directness of it, you know? Tell me you can guys with them. You can't. Ooh, a bloodshot. Oh, it's Dagger Storm. Sad. Spine Touch. It's good base damage. It's the right element. It's even a perfect mag size. It's got the crossbolts we need, but it's Dagger Storm and not Chain Lightning. If this had been Chain Lightning, this would have been such a huge upgrade. Sad. Hey, Zombie. How you doing? Perfect mag size. To my knowledge, 17 mag is the smallest, and the advantage of 17 mag is you get higher card damage. Now, bigger mag size does translate to more damage, but you're also expending more ammo. With a 17 mag, I'm only throwing away 16 bullets per chuck, so that adds up to more total chucks across my ammo supply, while also getting a little more base damage out of it. Gorillas or orangutans more? I've never really thought about it. I'd say I have no preference. Thoughts on the blue fire armor? Fusion? It's currently, like, really overpowered. If you can just get a fusion dot going, it's like way overtuned. If you sidestep the dot, the explosions are interesting to build around because it kind of lets you do this thing where how much damage you're doing doesn't matter anymore. It's just how many times you're dealing damage. And that could be a fun thing to build around. It can let you get a lot of value out of some guns that don't have the damage, but do have the hit count. So I think it's Fusion's a really interesting build tool. The problem currently is the dots are way overtuned on it, so like even the spell damage part just ends up getting overshadowed most of the time. You okay there, Textor Zombie? You're acting kind of weird right now. Can't decide if you're referencing NFTs or being racist. Splendid. Okay. Racist? How is that racist? Alright, look at it from my perspective. How many times a week do you think I have a random chatter come in and make some sort of, I don't know, reference to a monkey with a specific kind of clothes that I'm wearing? You know. How many times a week do you think I have that? Because I'll tell you, it's more than 0. Not saying you're necessarily doing that, but telling you why I'm concerned. It's not what I meant? Okay, I believe you. Trying to hang out and make conversation? Yeah, I believe you. It's all good. Simply explaining perspective. Don't mind show how to make a fusion build? Yeah. Remind me at the end of this run. And I'll switch and do that. Hey, Manigeek, how are you? Oops. Almost forgot to debuff. That would have been tragic. Been your stream before I used to be a regular viewer? Yeah, I know. I recognize you. Well, let me explain in further detail. Sometimes, when someone's not around for a while, and they come back unexpectedly, it's not in good faith. I can never be sure. I don't think you did anything wrong, but it's hard to interpret things through text, and, sometimes certain things look bad. You're fine. You don't need to, like, defend or anything. We had the conversation. We're chilling. We're all good. We're all adults here. But I'm explaining why the initial reaction was like a bit of a weird champ, you know?
Nothing up my sleeves.
Speak for yourself. I am giant man, baby. Understandable. Well, that was a good one. That was a 3 mil. Bye, Banshee. Not too shabby, just broke into my new Akko desoldering gun. It's game changer. You know, I never knew a desoldering gun is a thing. I don't know why I've never thought about that. Came back after a long period of time, you find me strange? Of course. Should I not? Hey Kirk, how are you? Reminder? Yes. I'll hop over to another build and do some fusion stuff. Show what I mean. Lightning Bolt. It's the right element. 19 mag isn't bad, but it's melee bolts and it's not chain lightning. The interesting thing about chain lightning bolts versus lightning bolts on this is there's no penalty. Like, you would think that them being chained would be like, oh, they do a little less base damage or something. No, there's just no penalty. It's simply the same thing, but better. Kind of wild. Finally beat Wonderland's Redux story with my spell shot Greyborn. Very much loving spells these days. Hey, glad you're enjoying, Manigeek. That's awesome to hear. I don't think we've shaken out all the angst today. Commence the jiggle. Anyone jiggling in chat? Anyone jiggling? I feel like it might be a good time to jiggle. Who don't you find strange? That is a good question. Nope, I have but skin and bones. Understandable. Have a nice day. Nothing reading. Jiggle. Mood. Mood. That's me IRL. Nothing jiggles. It's sometimes sad. Okay, so. Put on this fusion. And I'll put on a gun that isn't fantastic. Or I'll put on a gun that's good, but ultimately not as good as the performance would have you believe. We'll put on a White Rider, which is not a boss melting gun, traditionally. So keep that in mind. White Rider is not a bossing gun. We'll even use it on dual beam.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
So because it's a poison gun, and we've got body rune for a fire bonus element, we've got contagion for different elements of dots. We're gonna see just a lot of fusion dots happening, and a lot of fusion explosions. Once you get the dots kind of spiraling out of control on an enemy, the damage is faster than you could really keep up with. And the biggest thing that's making that happen currently is the fact that I'm hitting a lot of times. Like, dual beam White Rider and single target is not fantastic DPS. But because we're hitting so many times and benefiting from multiple on-hit effects, like Executioner's Blade cares that you hit. It doesn't care how hard you hit. Fusion cares that you hit. It doesn't care how hard you hit. You end up in a position where more hits, more better. So we just apply our dots. And you see how it started to speed up. We simply just brute force with lots of hits. That's how fusion can be used to great effect. So a popular thing a lot of people like doing with fusion right now is Plague Storm over on the Blight Caller, because Plague Storm does a lot of instances of poison damage, and it's got its damage storing thing, of course, as well. So you get a lot of... See all these explosions? That's from the dots just doing the thing. So you get a lot more explosions and a lot more dot applications. Threads of Faithless Fusion. If you had poison and or fire bonus elements on the threads, yeah, that would go really hard. A lot of hits. Hit count is the biggest thing for fusion. I do currently run fusion on my my Ghostblade build as well. And Ghostblade hits a lot. You get all of the Alchemical Agent contagion dots off of it as well. So that's another good use. Fusion on Dreadwind would probably go hard for the same reason. Oh, goodbye. Like, you can still build into fusion as, like, a quality over quantity thing. Like, the explosions scale with spell damage, so the more spell damage you have, the more mileage you get out of that. And, of course, increasing the value of your dots will give you just good damage in general. Status effect chance increases the consistency of blue fire happening. So, like, you can build into that stuff, but the easiest way to get mileage out of it by far, in my experience so far, has just been instances of damage and number of dots. Just kind of chill and slam numbers. Very straightforward.
Spells are up.
Switch back to dual beam for mobbing. Because how much damage we do doesn't matter, it's just that we're doing damage. Dual beam lets us hit 2 enemies at once, which is much faster clear. So we don't need to hit them hard, we just need to hit them. Where does fusion drop? Nightmare. Nightmare boss. In Redux, of course. It's a Redux thing. Using Claw Blight for Fusion, not Stabbo, is kind of weak compared to what you're showing. Yeah, Stabbo gives Fusion a lot of value, because you do get some spell damage, you get fire rate, you get a lot of dot support. From the shadows, of course, helps. Ghostblade. Stabbo works really well with Fusion in general. But so does Blight. So does Blight. Clawbringer has the added perk of you can use Oath of Fire and you don't need Body Rune. Oath of Fire will just make any gun be applying fire alongside what it's normally doing. So, like, this same gun, White Rider, on a Clawbringer with Oath of Fire, would then give me the option to use something other than the Body Rune here for triggering more fusion dots. Could run something like an Agony. Just don't like using From the Shadows. It's currently very overtuned if you cap out Sabomancer Tree. Full transparency. Like, the From the Shadows augment is so powerful that it's somewhat uninteresting. So I don't blame you. And there's a lot of cool action skills in this game that are fun to build around. Clawbringer ones are some of my favorites. I think Storm Dragon's Judgment's my favorite action skill in the whole game. Whatnot. No dice. Blight plus full battery. Full battery is a bit overrated. I'm gonna be honest. I hear a lot of people talking about it, but full battery doesn't actually do much of anything. It just looks like it is. Like, what you're attributing to full battery there is just Blight Caller being really good. Simple as that. Can achieve similar outcome with lots of other stuff. Stronger, even. With Claw and buff the living hell out of lightning damage. The problem with that is things that are gear that have direct damage. I don't know if I have any shields. Let me try to have an example I can highlight for this. Okay, this static charge has a Nova. You see how this has a Nova here? It says the base damage for this is 2,199 lightning damage Nova on ward break. That might seem like a lot if you're looking at, say, weapon cards. But keep in mind that there is no specific stat that scales this. Whereas if you had a lightning gun with that base damage, you have, gun damage. You can aim for crit spots. You can inflict that damage very frequently. Full battery doesn't have that. You have the general stuff you can scale everything up with, like lightning damage, global damage, all of that stuff. But you don't have a specific stat to apply to it, which is a big deal. A reason why stuff like Shield Novas and full battery style effects end up good in Borderlands 3 is because to compensate for that, at higher difficulty levels. They just gave scaling based on what difficulty level you're on to shield damage effects. So for example, at Borderlands 3's highest difficulty, shield novas and things like full battery have a times 34 damage multiplier, and that keeps them relevant. In fact, it keeps them being one of the strongest clearing methods in the entire game. Wonderlands doesn't have that. So you end up with this amount of damage that's like fine at the lower difficulty levels, but then by the time you get to the higher ones, it hasn't improved at all, and you're still pumping everything you can into it, and it's going to do less than like anything else in your arsenal. So full battery sounds good, and it certainly looks cool. It could maybe apply a few dots here and there, but it ultimately is not benefiting you as much as things boosting the rest of your kit would. Like if you put on, say, a Spirit Rune, for example. Spirit Rune gives all of your lightning damage a bonus element that is a separate instance of damage. So functionally, if you're standing still, Spirit Rune makes all of your lightning stuff hit twice. Doesn't quite math out that way, but that's a short way of explaining it. Spirit Rune's going to provide a much bigger overall boost to your build. Body Rune has the Spirit Rune's effect baked in because fun, beneficial bugs, while also giving all of your damage an additional fire number and healing you on every kill. It's just a comparative, like... Full battery is stylish, it just doesn't do much of anything. And much better than not using it? Yeah, it's providing you something, but not much. Definitely not as much as, like, aforementioned Body Rune, or, since you're playing Redux, Agony is an option. Agony is incredibly impactful. One of those things where you can make full battery do something. It's just, as a bit of a perfectionist, builds-wise, it doesn't seem worth for the slot it's in. It is competing with much better things. And that's something that kind of applies to a lot of stuff that I wish was better. For example, I really want the Afterburner ward to be worthwhile, because at least visually it has the highest output of like damage source gear things. It's 6 Novas that are like 3,000 base damage, which should be really good, but even with maximum investment, it just doesn't do enough for how frequently it triggers and for what slot it's in. Because instead of running that, you could have something that increases all damage you do by 65%. That has better uptime and requires less specific investment on your gear. It's just, it ends up being impractical and weaker. Not to say it's wrong to use it. If you enjoy it, then by all means keep using it. It's a video game. Have fun. That's my perspective. Stomach, stop growling. Hi, Brucey. How are you? Oops. Any idea how I should build for Midnight Wisdom? On that save I was just on before this one, what I normally do is shoot a Midnight Wisdom. And it's really, 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 really good. It's just good on any gun build. It's only 1 ammo per shot for 12 projectiles, so if you're trying to maximize it, you want, your sniper boosts, you want soaked if you can fit it in, because the gun's lightning. It's just good for builds that prioritize doing damage with guns. It's not fantastic dot-wise, so it's not going to have a huge place there. But it's simply a good gun. Bad aim. Gotta use the bloodshot, because that did not manage my ammo well. gun, it go burr. It do be like that. You building with Claw Spore with Barrage Augment did Piss Spore compared to Blightful Battery? That's because Barrage is a bad action skill and Barrage Augment is also bad. Wag, Mr. Sean. What's up? How would you build it then? Don't use Barrage. Easy answer. A big boy build, but with Spore and Freeload. Oh yeah, every other shot free? Ooh. Ooh, we should do that. Yeah, let's do that after this run. Because I think all of my big boy rocket builds are still intact. Oh yeah, the thing with Barrage right now is Barrage is pretty ass in vanilla. I'm just gonna be honest. It's just kind of a shit action skill in vanilla. It's stronger in Redux, but it still is comparatively weaker than every other action skill in the game. The augment in Redux does not make Barrage itself do any more damage, nor is it worth the skill point. It makes snipers do a little bit more damage, but you know what makes snipers do more damage than that? Better supporting action skills. It's kind of unfortunate. Barrage is also a huge animation commitment. If you want to use it with any degree of consistency, it's going to take up at least one enchant slot. It's unfortunately not very good. Free shot work with Skulldugger. It should. I don't know if it stops the heat from being consumed. Thank you for testing. It'll stop the ammo from being consumed, but I don't know about the heat. I go Barrage, you do even better with the other action skill. Right, like if you're gonna spend a point on an augment, Blizzard's augment is actually really good. In Redux. And like, in a situation without augments, you have the action skills of your other class available. Every other class, when paired with Spore Warden, has better action skills to support guns than Spore Warden does. Which is unfortunate. Doritos and queso for breakfast? That's a W. Get fucked, Drill. Resisted damage, by the way. He resists lightning.
You didn't think I was empty, did you?
Adulting is fun. I could go for some Doritos. Yeah, Spell Shot might not be necessary for the launcher build anymore. Berserker still seems like the play. So maybe Frostwilder? Or, I guess there's an argument for Morticulturalist, honestly, because we could do Reaper of Bones. And then spam at our feet without going down for 3 seconds at a time. But I feel like we don't get much value other than that and like Brutal Stampede fuel. Instead we could just go Berserker and like have nice things. missed the second chuck. Skill issue. Maybe you could also do Spell Shot. Can you max Warcaster and that Spore skill? Warcaster armor is an option. You only need 8 points with high thread count, I believe, to have guaranteed ammo refill. I think you need 8 out of 5 with 11 spell weaving stacks. And that's here. Yeah, I think you can do that. I think you can max freeload and get 3 Warcaster, and then 5 on armor, or you could just get 5 here. Casually 3-shot a boss. That's swag. How you doing, Mystic David Bolin? What does area damage scale to? Area damage applies to anything that they just kind of arbitrarily decided is area damage in this game. Which, it's some stuff that makes sense, like, you know, rocket launchers, like the lightning bolt chucks, the stuff that you do that explodes and hurts you. But most spells are also area damage. So it is just a separate damage multiplier that applies to a lot of things. Anything that benefits from area damage, you absolutely want area damage, because it's just like taking your final damage result. And if you just have this 10% here and you don't have Berserker, then it's like, okay, 10% more overall. It's a huge piece of your damage. It's okay to make a big mess when you're cooking. Let them cook. Why use an amalgam? Because look at these stats. Look at the roll on this thing. High thread count's an awesome skill. We got 3 in Prestidigitation, which is a ton of reload speed, and our damage is done by reloading. Spell Shot Power Primary is a lot of additional spell and gun damage. And then we got gun damage, move speed, all damage, gun crit chance, area damage. That is 5 relevant passives to the build. In terms of armor effects that would benefit here, there's not even that much. Like, we don't need Cape of Tides because we're already using Twisted Illusion. Selective Amnesia would kind of kill us sometimes, even though it is very good here. Warped Paradigm doesn't provide anything because we're not doing any melee or ability damage. I guess a Mosquito's Mantle could be good here. We don't have any companions, so Brutal Stampede's not relevant. We don't have any companions, so Claw is not relevant. We're not doing abilities, so no Fair Share. We don't have the elemental coverage for Fusion. Like, Amalgam's just kind of the option here. The highest value. Also, Blight with shield skills, triple amp, too many options, good luck. I'll figure something out. Ooh, we could do... Never mind. That'd be 3 classes. Disregard. Casually named almost all the armor. Yeah, Tyrant's Truth would also not be relevant. We don't have Class V Companion. I'm trying to think any armor I missed. Diamond Gauntlets would be good, but I forget to stand still. Steel Gauntlets, same problem. Miasmic Mail, we're not really doing a dot focus. Pandemasium sucks. Deathless would not provide anything. Corrupted Plate Mail would be some survivability, but it'd be a damage down, and we don't need more survivability. Revenant build idea? Revenant's a weird one. I do have one on my other save. Like, it seems fine as a gun, but it doesn't seem like something I would really build around. I guess if you were doing a Deathless build, like if you really wanted to use the Deathless armor, then the 2 guns I would grab are Gluttony and Revenant. Now, I'd say Gluttony cleanly wins, but I suppose when you run out of Gluttony ammo, you could shoot the Revenant. It would be, like, the next best thing that specifically cares about Deathless. I'll be blunt, though, and say that Revenant is just, like, not better than other guns. It got buffed once. I think it could use another one. What all the things I think fun scale so shit. let me rephrase. If I say something isn't good, sometimes it's me not being specific enough and me comparing it to things that are way above it. And like Revenant, as far as guns go, it's a good gun. If you're looking for a typical pew pew shoot gun thing die, Revenant is above average in that department. It's just not going to be anything super fantastic. Let's see. Should be this one. The fun I find is good synergies, but almost all the things I like synergize poorly. That's why it's good to build from the ground up around like one specific item. In that instance, like if there's one item you really like, then yeah, building from that point works. Why is this a Revenant? This was a Heck Waiter. I guess they copied Heck Waiter to make the Revenant? Well, I guess I have to throw that out. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have an actual Revenant on another save. Just not that one. This has some of the launcher stuff. But not everything I need. I'll put away stuff from this and use a different save. This is spell shot based anyway. Check another save. Yeah, I got the converted Omega Rushes here too. That is not the wave. Echo Big Ounce though. Put that away. What do I have armor-wise on this? Nothing super noteworthy. Diamond Gauntlets with Warcaster would be pretty good for the big boy rocket build, huh? So would Amnesia, though. There's so many choices. So many choices. The fuck? Yeah, so Redux overwrites some items to make new items. So sometimes items you have on existing saves from vanilla are like versions of things that are not supposed to be. Like, these Omega Rushes I have, these are all Twin Souls. That's why they all have elements they're not supposed to. They have hilts they're not supposed to. So I usually just throw those out when I come across them. I don't like using illegitimate items, so I don't. You think we still go Blaze of Glory with the big boy rocket setup, or do we somehow try to find a way to get good shaped hourglass stacks? Hourglass is so much damage to give up. But like, how do we do it with the launcher? Hitting a lot of enemies at once, I suppose. Gonna need a dot spell. Oh yeah, it sacks from anything, right? It doesn't necessarily need shot. Yeah, like sack, cool. Cool. That does make that a lot easier. Got a Fate Breaker with Amp here, that'll be useful. Okay, we need to find a save that's like Berserker base that has has the launchers I'm looking for. I have a few saves that just have launchers. Let me check the one named Chuck. Because ironically, I don't think that's a Chuck build at all. I think that's a launcher build. With Rain of Arrows. No, it was a Chuck build. I did something that made sense for once. But this is a base spore, so maybe we could use this. Check again. Lots on servers, Wrath, and build ideas. That's one of those guns that I still want to give another attempt at. It seems decent. Like, the gimmick is interesting. It's got a lot of projectiles, very fast fire rate. It's splash damage, that's all good news. But its base damage is low, it's hard to use, and fire lock is a really bad elemental lock to have. Like, if you're gonna be locked into an element, there's a strong case for fire just being the worst one. So it's just really tough to get value. It has a lot of the problems Stoker does, with the underbarrel not being worth anything. And then the base damage is also just not lovely. Something I think I need more time with. This safe? What was I here? Oh, it's Farm and Drill. This is definitely a rocket build. I'd rank the elements in this game, but Dark Magic be the worst. Again, it's like, that's the kind of thing that it's situational. Dark Magic has no favorable elemental matchups, but it also is an element and doesn't get, like, penalized the way the using the inverted element does on Intense. So, like, if you use Lightning on armor on Intense, you're getting a big penalty. But Lightning has Soaked, so it's still better than Dark Magic. And, like, a lot of the things locked to Lightning are better than a lot of the things locked to Dark Magic. Not always, but sometimes. So it's tough. Like, Poison doesn't have as much use as it did in, say, Borderlands 3, because Chain Lightning Bloodshot, but it's ×2, sad. Because there's just not that many armored enemies in this game. So, like, Poison, meh. That's also a positive thing for Lightning, because the bar type that counters Lightning is not really that present in this game. Now, there's a few enemies that are specifically given a Lightning resist, like Celissa, Drill, and Coiled, but as long as you're not fighting those, Lightning just kind of goes really, really hard. It's got the strongest matchup. Lightning versus Wards is the biggest mult of the elements. And then you've got Soaked. You've got good Lightning things like Livewire and all that stuff. It's tough to argue against Lightning being really good as an element if you had to rank them. Fire is great against Flash, and Flash is like one of the most common, but Fire gets penalized by Soaked. And there's not that many bosses that you won't want to switch off of the fire at some point. It's like, it's tough. Better in your opinion, Redux or base game? That's a tough question, TI, because, like, recency bias has me, like, I want to say Redux, and Redux does a lot of things that I think are just improvements to the game as a whole. There are a couple things that I prefer the implementation of in vanilla. I'll be transparent about that. Like, as a whole, I'd say I prefer Redux. Just, I don't like giving context-free, this thing is better than this thing, in general. That's just something about me. I don't like doing that. So, I guess that's why I can't ever say favorites. I'd be ruining my experience to play the Redux version first prior to ever playing the base game. I don't think you would, Cult of Dionysus. It's just, there'd be a lot of resources and stuff for vanilla that you'd be like, this is wrong, because it works differently. There'd be some items that, like, straight up don't exist that you would never experience. There'd be some things that were changed that you would have no concept of. But, like, I think you'd enjoy it. Nothing's immune to dark unless you go elemental overflow. There's some enemies that can just give themselves like damage immunities briefly. Like sometimes cursed grabs will just be immune, and that includes dark magic and stuff like that. But I can't think of anything that has dark magic immunity. Looking forward to Redfall? Not at all in my case, Capone. I have zero interest in an online-only game, and none of the gameplay or stuff shown looked particularly interesting to me. But for those of you who are excited for Redfall, I hope it lives up to your expectations. I don't know if I could go back because of the movement. Yeah, the movement's a really big thing. Okay, these are big boy rockets. I really wish you could see the base damage. The enchantment window gets in the way. Have any non-enchanted? No. Sad. Well, let me throw out these former Twin Souls first. Let's prune the inventory. Kind of miffed won't be on PS5. It's one of those things that I will keep a side eye on. If it's well received, then I'll take a second look at it, but everything I've seen of it so far has just not been up my alley personally. My current expectation is that it'll be treated like every looter that comes out, where the people really thirsty for new looters and co-op games will enjoy it for 2 weeks and then forget it exists. I certainly hope that I'm wrong, though, because Arcane is they make good games. So. Let's put on the triple amp. We had gun damage shark's mains originally because there's not a lot of ways to boost launchers on rings, but Stoker fealty oaths do go pretty hard. We get the crit damage. Can Stoker fealty oaths roll the crit chance? I feel like shark's main might still be the play. Outriders was like that for me. I ended up really enjoying Outriders for longer, but yeah, a lot of people felt how you do about that game. They burned out on it quickly. We're gonna hunt the pearls? I already have all of them. Also, I don't really care about hunting things, I care about using things. I already got them all. It didn't take me very long. I make builds. Scavenger hunts are boring to me. Oopsies. So going Blight and having additional points in Wraithmail is interesting here, because we can use that to, like, this is base Blight. Can use that. Getting a kill, give us 35% of ward back, currently at 5 out of 3. This shield only drains 20%. Let's try Shroom Wraith with this. Go Blight Spore. And maybe see how that works out. I'm not super sold on Blight here, but because that's what this class already is, this character already is, I'll play it out. We'll see what happens. And maybe Bullseye will be value here, because actually hitting crit spots with the big boy rockets is not realistic. We get the first shot bonus damage from Quiver of Holding as well. And there's shield that amps for 150. Yeah, Deuce's Visage. That is an option. Thing with it is it drains 25%. And it locks the shot to Frost. Now that could still be value. That's still maybe an option, but it's not necessarily a direct upgrade. Cross that bridge when we come to it. So I guess I take Quiver of Holding just for that first shot bonus damage, huh? Windrunner for movement speed. Headhunter just because it'd be silly not to. Can't ADS while you're down, But I can benefit from Called Shot while I'm up. So we'll take that. I don't think I'm going to have anything that applies Wrath of Nature other than Plague Storm. So we'll stop the Spore Tree here. Let's go with Freeload. So every other shot will be free with this. That means I just need to rotate through my weapons in a particular order. So hang on, let's try this. Let's see how this actually tracks. That wasn't free. That wasn't free. It might be per weapon. Yeah, it looks like it's per weapon. So I need to be able to shoot this thing twice. That's where Spell Shot comes in handy, because we can use Warcaster and just refill if we get a Spell Weaving stack. Kind of makes me want to do Spore Blight instead. Or not Spore Blight, Spore Spell. Now Blaze of Glory reloads our guns when we go down. So that would be a way of getting additional shots, but Shaped Hourglass is kind of too powerful to give up, damage-wise. So I'm thinking, we put away this gear, we hop saves again. We go back to that Spore. Empowering Sigil could be interesting, because, like, it blocking projectiles is actually situationally helpful here, because that could make blowing myself up easier. As weird a take as that is. Do I have room for all these launchers in my bank? We got 3 slots left. Inventory management. Oh, I have a couple love leopards in here. Let me try that out on the launcher build as well. I've got an anchor as well. Ooh, this will be fun. I still haven't shot the whistleblower. I gotta try that. Hang on. Context. That's a Wonderland sentence. Don't shoot the whistleblower. Bank is good. You just said non-recovered inventory order. True. Yeah, we're gonna need some hourglasses, which might mean we need to hop over to Ghostblade to farm Vesper for a little bit, but we'll see. There's also an option we didn't have in vanilla of getting AoE radius on rings, on like gun damage rings. So maybe AoE radius on a gun damage Sharksbane is gonna be the gold standard. Something to think about.
Someday when all this is done, I'd like to get far away.
Spell area and AoE radius on one ring. Yeah, that's crazy. That definitely goes hard. And area damage on rings and Redux? Yes. Or radius, rather. Not damage. Radius. Our access to area damage has decreased in Redux, but we've gained access to AoE radius, not just spell radius, and that's really big. Make Dire Sack like map wide, among other things, yeah. Get rid of that. That should be fine. Wonder how much that could break the cube. As far as I'm aware, they're molt with each other, so that ring alone should give you like the room-wide effect on the cube. AoE radius on rings, yes. There's also a couple other places you can get it. From the big ounce melee weapon, that's its effect. You get it from, there's an action skill active enchantment as well. Grabbing all the launchers. Grabbing triple amp. We have a deuces in the bag already, I believe. Do you want these spirit runes and the chamois? That's for Queen's Cry taser for ammo. Amp Old God, I guess, is an option on this, huh? Probably not as worthwhile. Do I have any hourglass in here? I do. Spore, Grave, Claw, Stavo. Yeah, there's a spell shot one. Here's a pun. What does Pokemon and P have in common? They're both stored in the balls. Banger joke, Sora. 10 out of 10. Big Out says highest card and really fast swing speed. It doesn't have really fast swing speed, though. It's like 1.4. I mean, Omega Rush sucks, but it's like 2.6 or whatever. Pickaxe is up to 1.9. There's lots of stuff that swings faster. And keep in mind, Big Ounce's crit stats are kind of mediocre. It's 5% crit chance and no additional crit multiplier. Big number ain't everything. Now, Big Ounce is really good for builds that don't use melee damage. But for, like, Executioner's Blade, Banshee and Salt and Battery hit harder. For Dreadwind, Banshee's better, if you're using Alchemical Agent, at least. Storm Dragon's Judgment, Pickaxe is better. I think Big Ounce is in an okay place balance-wise. Where's that armor that had the Warcaster points that I just put away? What kind of armor was that? Was that a Diamond Gauntlets? I don't even remember. And there's Fatebreaker. Fatebreaker, the Chad. The Chad. Why is that in there? Oh, I can sell that. Make some space. Okay, yeah, there's a Steel Gauntlets with 2 Warcaster. Area spell. Maybe I try this. So I need 3, I'm pretty sure. How we doing, Honey Bunny? Good to see you. I could do that, Sora. I can absolutely do that. Enjoy the sub, Honey Bunny, courtesy of Sora Star, who spent 100k channel points on it. That's a crazy roll. Double spell radius, mag size.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
We're working on making a launcher build for Redux right now. We'll probably go back to lightning bolt chucking later in the stream. But we did a couple hours of that, and now we're doing the big thonk. I'm gonna see if I have radius on any of these, like AoE radius on any of these rings. Launcher? Yeah. How we doing, Scroll? Could take the Torg Fealty Oath out too. Maybe we do Torg launchers on this as well. And like Skulldugger Fealty Oaths with Skulldugger launchers are an option. This is gonna be such a weird inventory. Like 2 launchers in base, probs 1 more from Redux. There's non-unique launchers. Big boy rockets are legitimately really good in vanilla. They're just awkward to build. And yeah, launchers are good for dots. But we're going for the big boy underbarrels is the idea behind this. This is a build I've done in vanilla. Last time I did it on stream, I think, yeah, I made it work at like Chaos 75. The Plague Storm version worked at 100. But when I first made it, this was at Chaos 20, and it worked efficiently. Just requires a little bit of presence of mind, I guess. I would say it. Big boys are Torg or Vladov? Vladov. Stoker. Same shit. Hey, sub for Scroll, courtesy of Brucey. I can absolutely do that. Enjoy, Scroll. And thank you for hanging out and giving that many channel points, Brucey. Or so much this morning, the last couple of days, so much fun. I've been having fun too. Anyone has like the big nuke rocket? Yeah, yeah. The thing with those is you get 1 before you have to reload, but we're gonna mess around with ways to not have to do that. Like this skill, this new Spore skill in Redux, freeload. At max investment, it makes every other shot free. So if we can find a way to only, like, to still have ammo in the big boy rocket after the first shot, then the second one should be free, if it works. So Stoker Fealty Oaths are interested. What stats can they get? Is it just crit chance, crit damage, reload speed, mag size? Ammo regen is based on how fast a gun shoots? No, ammo regen is based on total mag size. And Nunu, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Holy shit. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see some familiar names taken care of as well. Thank you so much. Crit chance is a weird figure thing. Okay, so it's reload speed, mag size, crit damage. I have mag size crit damage ones. I don't know if I want reload speed, because like mag size won't affect the big boy rockets, but reload speed could maybe make me lose my shot, because like I want to keep canceling the reload if it keeps attempting. I think I'm good on the Fealtios. Does not appear that any Fealty Oath can double roll any stat. Okay, yeah. Can Spore increase mag size? Yes, but there's a weird hard-coded thing, at least in vanilla, Honey Bunny, where you can't make big boy rockets go above 1 mag size. It's like we got over 100 mag size in vanilla, and it still didn't go to 2. Thank you so much, Nunu. That's seriously huge. I appreciate it. Thinking to farm and double crit Jacobs. Yeah, no. For black powder, you're good with just like crit damage and then either mag size or reload speed. Reload speed prob's best bet then. The thing is with reload speed on this, speeding up my reload animation isn't necessarily good because if I end up in a situation where I have 0 ammo, I want to stay on 0 ammo until I can get a refresh through other means. It's like how I have a build on Amara in BL3. It's kind of the same sort of thing where when reload canceling the Pestilence, you don't want too much reload speed because then it makes it hard to actually cancel it on time. So we'll go mage armor here.
Castle and everything.
Like, we don't want more reload speed than that. I guess I should take Spell Sniper here, but we'll see what happens. Okay, yeah, so 60% chance on a kill of getting a rocket back. Increased by 2% per stack of spell weaving. We could have 11 stacks of, or 8 stacks of spell weaving. We could have 11 if we had additional high thread count. But with 8, yeah, we need more points in Warcaster here.
Eyes on the prize, friend. Eyes on the prize.
Hey, mag size on Big Blue Rocks go to 2. They simply don't regen by any means. In our testing, and Mr. Sean can corroborate this, it just wouldn't go to 2. With like 120% mag size, it did not go to 2. It stayed at 1. Which, that don't math. So, the theory is a hard-coded limit. So a 7 out of 5. 2% per additional stack. 8 stacks. That's 100%. Okay, so at max spell weaving, we should always get Warcaster at 7. You 10 out of 5? You can. At 8, it's guaranteed without even needing max stacks. But at 7, it's guaranteed with max spell weaving without needing additional high thread count. That's where we can about a 2 mag today, which works really nicely. Yeah, you could do that. No magic bullets in the formula. It's just gun damage. Regular gun damage. The reason why we're going for Shaped Hourglass is because it is what magic bullets used to be. And that's why it's really good. We want the crit stats here. Do I need spell cooldown? What am I going to do with my spell slot here, I guess is the question. Shock Blast would be good here because that's really quick spell weaving. An amusing combo is Warcaster with Graveborn Capstone, because then you could just cast a spell to refill. So like Deadshot launchers could be pretty crazy. But that's more Deadshot memes. We don't need to do more Deadshot memes. So, Stoker max size, Stoker crit. Hey, Big Bog, how are you? Stoker max size, Stoker crit. Set a body rune. Let's go triple amp for now. Or, although we could go deuces with soaked, and that would be pretty good. If I'm already using cryo guns, I guess I could just do the deuces, huh? We'll do that. Got the hourglass. Lightning is an ideal. Status chance. Also, big boy rockets can't apply dots, so that status chance roll is actually useless. But at least that'll help stack up the hourglass through other means. Inflammation should be good for that if we go that route. Sell those. Oh, hey, I have spine touches on this safe. None of them are chain lightning bolts, and all of them have melee cross bolts. Pain. All of them are different damage rolls. Of course they are. Should I go with like neutral elements here? Let's go with dark magic. Just to get the concept rolling. Emergency gluttony. Yeah, big boy rocket there, big boy rocket here. Deuces takes a bit longer, or 3 mage armor as opposed to 2. Ah, that's 3/2. Yeah, you're right. Go triple amp. Huh. So that was definitely at 2. So the hard-coded limit either is no longer present, or well, it's in either capacity, it's no longer present. Because we tried this. This might have been before DLC 3 even. We tried this and we had double mag size on Amulet with max Quiver of Holding and myth rank mag size, which should give mag size of 2 on this, but it didn't at the time. And now with the additional mag size granted by swapping a Stoker Fealty Oath, we have 2. Does this mean we have infinite shots? Yes, that's the whole point. That's big. Yeah, that gives a lot of value to these Fealty Oaths. That's huge. Now, the question this makes me ask is, can we get 3? Because I'm a greedy fuck. Calculator time. Heard of magic missile, heard of magic nuke. So we got 27.5 times 1.5, 41.25 times 2, because there's 2 of them. So 82.5 mag size from just these rings if we swap. And then we get from Quiver of Holding 30%. That's 112.5. And then myth rank 30%. 142.5. We could get more on Amulet if we had that rolled. Put on this for now. Plus 15, but that could be 30. So that's 157.5. There is an action skill active mag size enchant. I've also managed to get rid of the damage bonus on Ruby Sweat secondary fire mode. Yeah, people were talking about that yesterday. That's interesting news. Melee, I'm not even equipped right now. No, it's all battery. Okay, yeah, another 25% from there. Plus 25, 182. So yeah, maximum theoretical mag size increases right now without Butt Stallion helping Quiver of Holding is 182.5%. I can't think of any I missed. Any mag size boosts I missed, chat? Double mag, Sharksbane. Yeah, they did make just gun mag size a passive, didn't they? Rings? Is that a thing they did? But I don't know if that beats out the amount you get from a Fealty Oath. So unless we can find an extra 17.5% mag size somewhere, preferably more than that just to be safe in case there's some weird rounding somewhere, then I don't know if we can get to 3. And some amulets double roll. I accounted for that. Double roll in Redux is 30. Yeah, unless we find some mag size somewhere, then we'll stick to 2 for now. But that actually works out fine. I'm gonna want an amp melee weapon. Ah, I have one there. Cool. Did he count for swapping guns? Yes. Gun mag size is a passive in Redux. How big is it? Because then we just triple roll that and put it on... what's a ring condition that we can justifiably... Like, Sharksbane is on crit, so that wouldn't be ideal. It'd be good, but it wouldn't be ideal. Mootering would be easy, but it wouldn't synergize well with the amp stuff. Finger ward 66% while ward's full? That might be the bet. 15%? Oh, that's big. So with a triple roll, you could have 45%. Can that one triple roll? Should be able to. So 45% before whatever conditional buff. Means a Sharksbane would be giving you 60% mag size per ring. That works out to be more than the Fealty Oaths. Actually, I think that might put over the 200% mark. If you had ASA and the Quiver of Holding, the Myth Rank, the double rolled amulet, 2 active Sharksbanes. I think that works out to like 203% mag size, something around there. Looking for double roll right now to confirm? Okay. Six out of 3 Quiver of Holding. Unfortunately, there is no Quiver of Holding armor, but Butt Stallion can boost that skill. Question is which action skill we run with this. It's probably gonna be Ambihex. It's like Blizzard goes away when we go down. And we don't have the augment, so it's not gonna be fantastic. More coffee, no energy to get up, ate too many Doritos. What a gamer. I can relate. What are we thinking action skill wise here, chat? And I'm thinking Ambihex makes the most sense. But, like, I don't know what I would run. I guess at that point we'd go back to doing soaked stuff. Tidebreaker plus some Tidebreaker Shock Blast, maybe? Polymorph for now. Yeah, I miss Twin Soul here, because Amp Echo is so good on this build. I guess we'll just go with Amp. Do I have an Amp Fatebreaker, though? Do have an Amp Fatebreaker. Give me that. And points into Quiver from armor could make snipers and launchers easier to use. You must have the opportunity. It's not like snipers weren't already easy to use, though, and players just chose not to use them, Irish. Remember, Gearbox already buffed snipers multiple times for no reason other than people asked for it without having tried the weapons. I wouldn't put that on them. And launchers are hard to use by design. They clearly made some specific design choices because they wanted launchers to be hard to use. Now, I don't know if that was necessary, but it's something they did. They have ammo problems? They don't, though. In what way does the Carouser have ammo problems? Even the Skeep Prod doesn't have ammo problems if you take ammo alters. Sawmill doesn't have ammo problems if you're doing ammo regen to never reload it in the first place. Double roll confirmed. Sick. Sniper bad, can't one-shot everything with a crit, except you can with a Carouser or an antique great bow. Look, Shark's Veins, cool. Cool. Guess that takes spell cooldown here. Alright, enough dragging my feet. Let me see if this persists. This goes back down without me swapping. We still swap naturally, but this could be heat. We cooking. The radius is a little extreme. Also, I need to keep better track of which weapon is doing what. Ow. Does multi-amp shield take the same amount of ward on proc? Triple amp takes 20%. Each amp part you get increases the amp damage and decreases the drain. Dusa's drains 25 and triple amp purple drains 20. Okay, that radius is too big. That's the problem right now. Too much splash radius. But how would people know that when they try sniper and they have companion rings because their wife can do more damage? Snipers have never had the problems in this game that people say they do. And and it's been perpetuated by people who have not bothered to try to build around them. It's just that simple. I love that Polymorph does that with inflammation. Hey, Micro. How are you? That must have been a crit. We hit right there. Holy amalgam. This is very similar to the one running on the Lightning Chuck build. Same skill rolls. Favorite build in Wonderlands is the sniper build. There you go. How you doing, Dank Honeymoon? Long time no see. I don't like snipers in this game because I don't like this game. See, that is a take that makes a lot more sense. Can't argue with that.
Hope that works out for you.
Like, that is a logical straight line, rather than, hey, I don't like snipers in this game because I ran out of Cheerios this morning. Like, that's not fucking related. Redux is pretty cool. I think I might mess around with it. I'm liking Redux a lot. Its biggest strength to me is that it still feels like the same game, just enhanced. It doesn't go too overboard. Stubbed my toe and my wife left me. Snipers are to blame. Next time on Louder with Crowder. I'm so glad you got that one, Gage. So we've got the rocket spam, it's just we need to figure out the damage situation next.
You gotta walk in feed of yourself.
Like, this is a pretty stable loop until we run out of enemies to kill. Lightning Chuck was finding him in high school? Base. Not having Cheerios make me mad too. It's an understandable reaction. Actually, here's another thing we could try. We could just spam the shit out of a Mole Man. Mole Man, high key, actually good. Like with that free shot, you can shoot it for a while. But I'd probably want to play the angles if I was shooting this thing. Last time I checked, you don't piss fire and diggers and flame. Maybe check again. I don't like snipers, because they could have had a bow as snipers instead. I don't think that was feasible for this game that's built on the engine of another game and, like, reuses the part set and assets and everything. Like, BL3 didn't have a bow weapon, so this game wouldn't. They gave us a bow action skill, made an animation for it, but, you know, making a whole part set and animations for that, I don't think they wanted to expend the resources for that. Yeah, when was the last time you checked? I was joking about the bow thing? Oh, but not about the pissing fire thing. Okay, cool. I got you.
Go on, Fate Maker.
Great bow is a sniper, so I blame snipers for not having bows. But Great Bow is a good gun that people ignore in their quest to say snipers aren't good or are ammo inefficient. Calcon also exists. Calcon was terrible until it got buffed into a boss-melting demon. So you know the Sandhawk in BL3? How it's hey, I'll expend my entire ammo supply to make this boss very dead right now. Yeah, the Calcon does that in this game. Antique Great Bow? Yeah, Antique Great Bow has the highest per shot weapon damage in the entire game. Back at Chaos 20, you know, at launch, I made a show of one-shotting each of the aspect raid bosses with a Great Bow on a build that wasn't really supporting it very well. And I did it. There's still clips of that. I don't remember the command names, but it's a thing. Yeah, current issue is damage. Used Great Bow the highest still? Used Great Bow never was the highest. Used Great Bow is 10% of the damage of Antique Great Bow. And at 10% of the damage, it's still not a bad weapon. In part because of its ammo efficiency. Doesn't break after its first shot? Yes, and then it becomes a sniper that's still good. Like, the Antique Great Bow is so good that at 10% of its damage, a used Great Bow is still good. And it only costs 2 ammo per shot, and rolls in every element, and has fixed parts, and can't be anointed, so literally the easiest gun in the game to farm. But, you know, sniper's bad. Scared the shit out of me. Thank you, sir. Ooh, companion damage. Goes hard. You've been invaded. PvP! Thank you. Do you want the companion damage one back? Yeah, you want it. That's a yes. Are you shitting on it? Or are you keeping it warm so it can blossom into a better item? Oh, no, he... Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sean. Saw a bit of a butt wiggle. Alright, so we got double mag size rolled gun damage Shark's Banes. I need a double roll amulet. Let's see. Laying into item like how a bird lays an egg. He is a bird. Do I have any double mag size? Is it single mag size? I know on a character I do, but I just don't know which character. Also, we need to actually trigger the Shark's Bane. No, that was the right vendor. What am I doing? This is a build concept that I'm very curious about. So, this probably won't get solved on stream today, but it's something that'll be rattling around in my brain for a bit. Rings are just fancy stones. Yes. Ah, that FPS counter showing 1.3. Good old Bright Hoof. I came out here to go to the dummy, but I'm checking the vendors on the way. Just in case. 12-hour stream today? I don't know about that one, Messimo. But, no, I can't say with certainty that... Okay. Thank you, game. Can't say with certainty that that won't happen as of yet. Okay. So that's not enough, meaning... Let me redo this math. How much is a shark span? $39.9 to 79.8. That works out to less with the double roll. I think you would need a triple roll for it to be more than Fealty Oath. Because, yeah. Fealty Oath is 27.5, but it goes up by 50%. Triple roll a Prius into a field on a back road. This seems like a personal anecdote. Are you okay? Also known as the Jedi Survivor experience. Pain. Oh, something I didn't try. Yo, what if we used Skulldugger and shot the Love Leopard? Would that not go incredibly fucking hard? I forget to take the Love Leopard. I forgot to take the Love Leopard. Strimmer had a second thought and, you know, derailed. Doing different thing now. Other stuff that I planned on doing today was testing a spellcasting build around the Shock Blast. Testing out Threads of Fate a little more. But here we are getting distracted by Splash Radius and mag-sized launcher memes and Love Leopards.
Now, you promised to behave this time. Yes.
New farming strat.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Save quit in case we get Chaos Bug. I'll just shoot this a couple times, see what happens, and then go back to the Chuck build for a little bit.
Now the fun begins.
Don't click, your PC will crash. Click. What does this thing even fire like? What was that weird turn it did at the end? Is this like a creamer thing where you need to... How many launchers have this issue in the game? Where you need to sweet spot range? This does not seem great direct damage-wise. Maybe with Play the Angles, Copium. You can at least shoot it a lot with these field fields. Tesla gun bounce along the ground, Chaos Chamber. Eyes. Oh, it's that. Okay. Just bounce it off of the obelisk and hit nothing. And reset the run immediately. That did remind me I want to try out Blue Cake.
Have some fun.
Oh, Chaos Bug. Stop it. It won't be Chaos Bug, right? No, it's not Chaos Bug. These enemies would die if it was. Okay, this gun... This particular gun kind of sucks. You can shoot it a lot. Yeah, this one ain't it. Not a very effective lover. Relatable. Time for an anchor build. I do want to mess around with the anchor, but I'd spec play the angles for that. Corrupted plate mail, play the angles, anchor, be looking like, indiscriminate nukem. It's a chance to add necromancy in the form of summoning demon spells. There is one spell that summons a skull that will then talk shit to you in the Dragon Lord's voice. You can summon pixies, which... Oh, maybe you can call them demons. And I assume you can romance necks. So, necromancy. Oh yeah, the featured right now is mimics, if you care. If anyone cares. Let's do all elites make a run in the featured. All curses, all elites make a run in the featured. See how this goes. Romancing next called me Edward Cullen. Sir, you're like 110 and she's 17. Have a seat. For a connoisseur. Team Jacob for real? I don't know. Team Bella's dad because he's the only sane person in any did like that entire intellectual property. Realized today that Big Ounce replaces Peg Leg and I'm Madge. LeChance's leg still exists, Rune, if you want Peg Leg. That's one of the overwrites that actually makes sense to me.
My spell slots are all weak. There is not a drop of magic remaining.
Twin Souls for Omega is a travesty, though. Hopefully that one gets corrected in the next content update, because, yeah, Twin Soul was the GOAT, and Omega Rush is kind of bad. Like, the utility of getting double hilt mods added so much to builds, and Omega Rush adds a bad melee weapon. I made it up to make some more coffee. What a lazy day. Hey, a lazy Saturday. There's a lot of value in that. Yeah, I had to unequip my AoE radius ring when using this gun because I was hitting myself with the chuck from across the room. It was not ideal. Where is the Tooth Fairy? Where are you? Where is it? I know you're not a chest, Mimic.
Their soul now befouls the waters of the nether.
Does anybody see it? I don't have melee damage, so I can't kill any of these mimics. I can only kill some of them. I know you're not a chest. Or a log. Wait, it's invisible. That's why I couldn't see it. It was fucking invisible. But I saw him for a second.
You'll have to do better than that.
Where is he? There it is. No, stop going immune. Not while I can see you. I should use the ping function for this. There we go, that makes it a lot easier.
I'm all magic out. A vial of vitality.
Tooth Fairy the Invincible down. That was funny. It was just an entertaining room. Free pause Tooth Fairy, something like that. Hey, Horseman. Only should I see with Redux, I care about no slam, means I have to melee both Crystal Orbs instead of slam and break them both. Yeah, you can dash into them, or shoot them, whatever.
Now we're cooking.
Shock resist, that's why we have this in cryo. Grab all the ammo capacity upgrades. Forgot about doing containers, which I need to not forget about.
Would you look at that? I'm all reloaded.
Trying to go minimal butt stallion buffs.
Remind me of an old friend.
That's so satisfying.
I've got the juice.
AoE radius on a ring right there. Gunslinger. I thought about Gunslinger on this, but the problem is, like... Well, actually, this is full auto. So I would just get a ton of reload speed and swap speed from this, huh? Gunslinger could be good. It's like, this is full auto. I wouldn't have to deal with the burst thing. This is also full auto? Yeah, maybe I'll try out Gunslinger, actually. I think I get one with area damage, though. Do I have one, maybe? Fusion... Amnesia, Deathless, Cape Tides... Head of the Snake... Another Cape Tides... Another Cape Tides... Another Cape Tides... Another Cape Tides. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'm doing the pee-pee dance. Here, you can stare at this beautiful bloodshot real quick. Here be. Okay, be back. I feel like the Bony Face's Soul became the Easter egg weapon. The power creep, the white one. Yeah, probably. Probably. That would explain why I have so many of them.
Nothing of mine. Two outside stars impenetrable.
Yes, game, I know my inventory is full. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. Not having enough inventory slots. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no! I'm so scared that was gonna blow it up. I clenched.
These hands are ready for blast. Presto reloado. Pass swiftly to that dark dark.
No, leave me alone. And you can hold so much ammo if you grab all the altars. 3,150 AR ammo, 5,400 SMG ammo. Yeah, you only have ammo problems in this game if you want to have ammo problems in this game. Resist, don't care. Yup. Don't care plus didn't ask plus ratio. I hate having ammo. You tell him, Gage. Having ammo is such a weak mindset. When you have ammo, you've lost twice.
Would you look at that? I'm all reloaded.
that was a good chunk. Chopper best gun for real, for real. Well, that doesn't work on that, apparently. Somehow missed with all of those. Amazing. Blue Pesquag game. Okay. Raid boss, friend. Thank you.
Another beat stream blocked.
A dog affection OGK. Yeah, my cats are like that sometimes.
Just stand there and look good. I'm just getting started.
See?
I shall not be denied.
I should let myself take some damage here. I mean, not that much. You know, game's being too good of a listener. Okay, there we go. A whole hog. Last time someone told me I'm getting the whole hog, some body pain for a while.
Bullets beyond counting. Transmogrify.
Oh, I don't have pistol ammo. It's kind of a problem. To die for more ammo? Yeah, let me do that. Kill me. Legendary off of normal mobs is BL3. Yeah, you're not allowed to ever get legendaries from anything unless it's sourced from that enemy, or else it's a bad game. Seamus, that's a real take somewhere.
That which never lived cannot die.
Old hog jiggling. Thank you. What are you?
Spare no
It's not earned if you don't get it dedicated. Yes. Yes.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, that's an amount of damage. 9 mil on that one. I saw 9 mil. Real gamers earn loot by quitting the game a lot, you tell them. You know, Dazzler could be pretty good from Polymorph too, huh? Kinda want that. Ooh, Frost Graveborn status damage Harbinger. That's gonna be good for Dire Sacrifice. I should have one of those on the save. Just for completeness sake. Yeah, a bit of a stark contrast there. The Maker's loot versus the Finish a Chaos Chamber loot. But we do have a lot of crystals because we hit switches. So I want a Gunslinger. We can go to the source for that. I think we're going to do a little bit of Gunslinger farming. I still need Fate Breakers, but I really want more Spine Touches. At least the chest gave a bunch of balls. I don't know what they are. Balls are where you store P. And Cryo. I know what those are. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Snow. Now those are Moon Orbs. They're like this game's Iridium, basically. Quack and Star Wars be like midichlorians are stored in the balls. You bet your fucking ass that's exactly how I would say it. If I was a Star Wars character, yes. Yes. Chat, you gotta make me famous so that Disney puts me in an episode of something. And then I can talk about where midichlorians are stored. They can make me a scientist talking about the midichlorian concentration in the gonads. Oh, that's my dream. Eventually got my hammer thrower build C100, still never found a good mosquitoes. It's okay, I prefer other armors to mosquito for that personally, Thermal. This is a goofy part about Merlin's Razor. So it's shared with all the other Black Powder Magic Barrel shotguns. It just happens most on Merlin's Razor, where the projectile just doesn't hit a lot of hitboxes sometimes. Yeah, Return of the Jedi is doing limited showings in theaters right now, I believe, for the anniversary. Someone mentioned in chat the other day. Okay, so Throwing Bolt is not a Throwing Bolt. And we got a Spine Touch with a smaller mag than what we have currently, but it's still melee bolts. Still gonna pick it up, though. But, like, Throwing Bolt isn't a Throwing Bolt. And that just makes me upset. Now, we got Spine Touch Pixies with the correct bolts. Nope. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, it doesn't have gun damage bolts. If that had had gun damage bolts, we would have been done. It would have been over. But Sag. How do you have all 100 backpack slots filled? Hoarder behavior? Yes. Right, Jake? Jake is a cat. He's doing cat things. Or are they stored for people who don't have that kind of biology? Those people no longer have the need to pee. They've transcended. I would never pee. Yeah, that'd be gross. I have questions? Actually, no, I don't. I feel like I covered everything. Cat. Want to build craft in Darktide, you know, still not on console, been so salty about it, know it eventually come to Xbox. They have a lot of work to do on Darktide as well, and that's the dev's own words, so I'm willing to wait a couple years for Darktide to be, like, in good shape before I step foot over there, personally. Did I go to the wrong place? No, this is totally the fair share place, not the gunslinger place. Where the fuck is the gunslinger enemy? Well, since I'm here. I was thinking of the wrong armor when I fast traveled.
Welcome to your faces,
No fair share drops and all of that? Amazing. Dark Tides and Warhammer? Yeah. Still need to buy that, just opened all the books recently and holy shit. Vermintide 2 still receives support in terms of like new events and stuff and is very good, very well fleshed out. I enjoy that a lot when Prismatic manages to strong arm me into playing it. Darktide is the most recent one, and it is a bit of a mixed bag currently. The devs themselves have said that they're not satisfied with it, so they want to kind of fix the game. So maybe hold off on Darktide. Maybe. Or you can give it a chance. Trying to get back for Blood Crew together for sometime soon. I'd be down to play that sometime soon. Yeah. It's been a while since I played Back for Blood. That sounds like a good time, Micro. Where's Nightmare the Diamond King? Where is that? Which map is that, chat? Someone who farms stuff, please. So many crazy things in the files for Darktide that aren't out yet. I think it's going to be really good as time goes on. That's my hope. That's my hope, Thermal. Weep Wild, thank you, Huntress. It's this specific one I always forget. By the obelisk. Yeah, it is this one every time. It's this one. Yeah. This specific one is the one I always forget. I had a dream last night I was playing BO3 in VR or some shit and I was physically fucking slide canceling. That'd be so fucking sweaty. Imagine if we had to do that. Imagine if esports teams, like, they had to go to the gym so they could slide cancel better. That'd be so entertaining. So a real guy slide cancel and paintball pros nuts. Respect to that guy. Ow. done blew myself up. That's a marshmallow. Oh yeah, health bug right now. We changed maps.
Someone tell me they're keeping count. Yeah. Rush to meet the dawn.
I'll do the obelisk while I'm here. Actually, yeah. Since I'm here. Because this is the one that drops amalgam, right?
Getting started.
Unless I'm thinking of a different mushroom. There's a few of them. There's amalgam. I missed Dark Tide talk. Welcome back, Chris. You did. That's a good insight ring. That's a good amalgam. Fuck off. This is actually good. Both of the armors I want to farm for this build are sourced right here. So the idea here is an amalgam with like the same exact stats we have right now, but in spell burr instead of burr spore, or instead of in spell burr instead of spell spore rather, would let us have a little extra swap speed and have the same damage profile and stuff. But like Gunslinger lets us get that swap speed and also some reload speed. Maybe Gunslinger is going to be the long-term go-to. However, I will farm both because I'm here. Recommend doing all chaos up to 100. I recommend going up to whatever level you feel comfortable and challenged on. I like chaos 100, but keep in mind that for the purposes of gear quality, everything after 50 is optional. And one of the leading complaints I see from people who, you know, want to find complaints about Wonderlands is, oh, well, Chaos 100, well, you don't have to do it. You never had to do it. It's an option. Optional difficulty is good. More people having more options is not a bad thing. Just have the self-control to play on the difficulty level that's fun for you. We have 303 different difficulty levels in Vanilla Wonderlands. So, like, understand that you can stop where you want to. That's the biggest thing. Just like how in Redux, it's the same, it's just a little bit easier to understand. You have 33 instead of 303. But pearls are available on 8. The gear is the same on all of them otherwise. So you could be on difficulty 8 out of 33 and still get the best available gear. Play on the difficulty that suits you. There's gotta be a closer respawn point, right? Is there one over here? Up here, maybe? Oh well. You ever play Vermintide? I made sure to bring up Vermintide, Chris. Chat can vouch. I brought it up. What am I farming? Oh yeah, I am going this way. Yeah, we hit the obelisk. We go up here. Spawn 5. I missed. Personally, I'd say buy Vermintide before grabbing Dark Tide, just more complete experience currently. Yeah, tis what I said. Vermintide came out, what, a little bit before BL3 and is still receiving support in terms of events and stuff? I think that's pretty cool. Vermintide 2, specifically. March 8th, 2018. So yeah, almost 2 years. Well, a year and a half, I should say. A year and a half. I need to stop blowing myself up. Look at dot we put on that enemy. Vermintide? Oof. You came very close to being banned by Priz there, Micro. You did the New Zealand trick with Wonderlands. I played the game a month in advance on a review copy. Vermintide, more like Vermintide. Monka? Monka? And what did you mean by that? Oh, I knocked over my silverware holder. What's Monka? Why are the vermin tight, Gage? How did you check this? How did you check the tightness of the vermin? Name of epic sex game.
I tremble not. Inside every hero I cannot be stopped. Any have tried to stop me, and all have failed. Save me a piece of the other.
Don't kink shame. I'm just asking for clarification. I'm a learned man who is always learning. You know what? Sure, that's what I meant. I need more ammo for this farm, honestly. Fuck it, wee ball. Stomach, stop it. You could convince Kruber. Oh no. Said they were tight, like cool, like oh yeah, that's tight. But the internet made us stupid. Tight like a tiger? You lost me again. I didn't learn a lesson from that entire interaction, so I just interpreted it the same way, and I'm now just impressed. Ow. Oh, that's a bad egg with Royd. That's a good find. Imagine not getting an Austin Powers reference. In my defense, it has been entirely too long since I've watched the Austin Powers movies. Now I want to change that. Austin Powers movie marathon on Discord one of these days? So you know how like the John Wick drinking game is take a sip every time someone dies? The Austin Powers drinking game would be take a sip every time a joke that could not be told in a 2023 film was told. Actually in the movie and am British. Thank you for your hard work. Should really loot this ammo crate when I spawn in. +3 double knot calamity. Nice. Was the Plague Storm poison enchant still in Redux? Can't find it now. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's still in. I think I rolled it at least once today. It might be one of those few that is still slot locked. Like that might still be melee weapon exclusive. I don't know if that affects you. You probably know that. Because, like, I'm pretty sure that one's still melee weapon exclusive. The Feral Surge one is still spell exclusive. Like, there's a few that are still locked like that. At least in my experience thus far. Lock my slot. Nah. That was a miss. Try again. Not your best work, yeah. Chat find help. Yeah, chat is concerning today. And yes, the many will be judged for the actions of the few. There are no slots in this channel. Based. Hey Pragmatic, how are you? I just want a gunslinger with my current multi-class and area damage. That's what I want specifically. I want the area damage. Now, because I am a berserker with 4 points in Ancient Fury, I don't even need the area damage, but I just really want the area damage. Because once again, I'm a greedy fuck.
You should have brought
Giving up, please do. There's one thing I've learned in life on the internet. If something doesn't work, give up immediately and never do it again.
no need to exaggerate that will this carnage never
See, you two have gone to r/relationships for advice. Answer is give up, always.
wait to cast something?
I have no personal experience there, but yeah, taking advice from random Redditors and very serious life things is probably not the move. Like, the thing is, the people asking there are also Redditors, so that situation does explain itself.
Now I have the measure of
Divorce. Is 2 Steven Crowder jokes in one stream too many? Is it too soon? I already made one. I don't wanna overuse the new comedic sauce. Why do we even test? Laser hand still hits like a truck? Yeah. It do be a laser hand. Wife didn't like my meatloaf and it made me upset. What do I do? He wants you dead. Get out of there. Chillmonger on Redux. Yeah, I saw your post about that, Rune. Chillmonger Redux goes crazy. Have you seen the numbers I've been hitting with the lightning chucks on this build? Disgusted. It's real good. I sort of vaguely want to revisit it in vanilla. But like, this might have ruined me. Because it's so good in Redux, you know? Not the right class combo.
strength beyond reckoning.
This build good for shooting too, mainly just chucks. Well, the amount of raw gun damage we have, you could probably just shoot and be fine. It's just, things like the reload speed would be a little less valuable. This is just gun formula applied aggressively. In theory, any splash gun would go hard on this. You could probably shoot a sword explosion and it'd be nutty. Just adjust the fealty oaths as necessary and yeah, just do the thing. Shoot splash gun, profit. What are we farming? Gunslingers and amalgams. Since the farms are right next to each other, we're just doing both at the same time. Gunslinger would be preferred, but I may as well hit amalgam since it's there. Actually gonna try and farm stuff for Redux, tried perfect gear, it felt too easy, I don't want my opinion flawed by that. Yeah, I managed to farm my way to nearly perfect gear on this save. There's some things I'm still missing. Like, the numbers I'm putting out right now, Rune, I don't have gun damage crossbolts, and that's huge. That's huge. I just don't have that mult. Like this amalgam is near perfect, but I want to try gunslinger. The ring's pretty easy. I farmed that. Farmed that. That could be slightly better, but like this is nearly perfect gear. A lot of crystal storms, huh?
Bullets beyond counting. Of course. 2 out of 5.
Yeah, getting purples is kind of tough in Redux right now. I want more spine touches, but getting them from the bunnies has been awkward. That's armor choice for melee hammer berserker. You know, asterisk next to best, but some options that go really hard would be Stormclaw, Tyrant's Truth, Selective Amnesia, depending on choice of action skill, Fusion. Choice of weapon and action skill. Any of those would be pretty good. This is almost good, but substats are too bad for me to accept that on an amalgam. Tap feed, poke. Yeah, I've been doing a bit of that today. It's still been slow going. Fall Wonderland's on Steam for Redux, so I don't mess up my saves again. Oh, so you just have a separate install now? Nice. I should actually do that. I already have it on Steam, I've just never used it. Oh yeah, I guess legally. Thank you 2K for that Steam version a while ago. They can remove that enchant accidentally hundreds of items and nothing? Huh. Huh. Maybe that means it's in the process of being reworked or something. Weird. Use Epic Games. Uh-oh, I'm being cancelled. Make sure to use hashtag #QuagIsOverParty on Twitter. Tag me in your spiciest memes. Got it earlier? Yeah, I thought I got it earlier today as well, but... What do we got? A mosquito. No high thread count. Trash. This isn't the right class combo. This is Burr spell. I want spell Burr. Like, it really tried.
Stun your flesh.
Failing to not bring up Lucis and Varus again, but Farm Perfect Gear being doable also helps balancing, is estimating player power as a smaller range. Right. It's not like BL3 where they specifically tried to make bosses that had enough health that players couldn't one-shot them, and they failed. They specifically tried to stop the top 1%, and they couldn't do it. To the point where the top 1% was still one-shotting those bosses without skill trees. Like, that's what happens when the gap between, you know, peak player power and reasonable player power is that removed. Is that what happened in BL3? That's what happened with the True Trials bosses. The True Trials bosses were originally limited time mini events, and they were specifically crafted, their HP values were specifically just like a friendly meme between the live team and mostly lazy data. Because he'd one-shot it and then post it on Twitter and tag them, they'd be like, okay, you're not gonna get the next one, and then he'd still do it. And the side effect of this happening was, when they did True Hag of Fervor as the beefiest one, it was too much for the casual player base, so they had to nerf it. Now, Theory Crafters are still one-shotting it with no investment. Or not no investment, no skill tree investment, I should say. But, like, casual players were literally depleting their entire ammo supply and were unable to kill the boss in the 30-minute time limit. That's how vast the gulf between optimization and lack of optimization is in these games. One-shot raid boss in Wonderlands for us? I mean, yeah, I can. And I have. But I can. You know if there's a bugged pearl that doesn't drop anywhere? I've gotten them all to drop for me at least once. Mr. Adblock, how we doing? Because there's one that's not on the sheet? Ooh, which one is that? I've gotten all the ones on the sheet to drop for me at least once. I don't know. Oh, you're saying there's one that might be in, like, the game that isn't, necessarily supposed to be available yet? Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. The best emote ever exists. I'm glad you like it, Micro. One from Drill that nobody farms, so it is sourced from Drill. Confirmed. Like by Redux team, preferably. So I heard. I'd like a hard confirmation, because, you know, I don't want to undermine the Redux team by dropping info that's not supposed to be, you know. Gunslinger with spell damage, area damage. I think we settle for this. An ability at the box office. A Mario movie? Wow, nice. I've not seen it yet. I'll probably rent it. I don't care enough to go to the theater and see it. If it's still in theaters in like a month, maybe I go see it, but I doubt it will be. Damn, we got 2 really good rolls in 1 run. Area damage, gun crit chance, all damage. Not the game yet? Okay. So, with this gunslinger, we'll have even more reload speed and swap speed. Like, each active tag is 20% swap speed. And that's big. You get this per enemy. I think that includes the first enemy. So, this is just always 20% swap speed, reload speed, and fire rate. Even if I'm not taking advantage of the increased burst count, even if I'm only in single target. That's provided it works the way it says. So that means I could justifiably pull points from Instinct to Cold Snap, which would give me more the old ways. So we're going to do that. That's more movement speed, and that is more frost efficiency, which is more icebreaker. I don't want Fundament, I want Spell Sniper there.
This suits me infinitely.
Free respec. Polymorph. So I could grab 1 more Ancient Fury, 2 Cold Snap, or I could just go 3 Double Knot. Yeah, actually that freed up. I could just max out Double Knot. I guess I'll do that. That's a reason not to. Shock Blast has been going hard.
Well, I'm not sure, but it says it loudly. That's what counts.
Never ended up getting Capetides with Through Wrath of Nature. Yeah. Specific roles, not really something you could feasibly go for if you have enough parameters. That's why I was chasing 1 passive on that farm we were just doing rather than 3. I just happened to luck out and get a 2nd passive that's useful, but the 3rd one's completely useless. And in terms of the skills, that still could have been better. We could have gotten 3 Instinct rather than 2. I'll take it. Seems feasible in Redux. It's still insanity. Like, I'm technically 2 slots off of, like, a perfect roll for this. I think I'd want either all damage or gun crit chance in that 3rd passive slot, and then I'd want the 3rd point in Instinct. And getting that specific combo is still very unreasonable. Much more likely compared to base. That much is true, yeah. Just keep in mind, better does not mean the problem is absent. Like, I was discussing this in Discord yesterday, and I want to expand on the point I made. While passives are smaller, most passives are smaller on armor, that does not mean they matter less. It doesn't really work that way. Because area damage getting nerfed on armor doesn't mean that area damage isn't still the most valuable stat on armor. It still is. It just means that Berserker comparatively is more important, but if you're not a Berserker, then, like, it's still exactly as important. High value skills on armor are still exactly as important. stuff like that.
A thorn or a fitting your injury.
This reload speed's kind of crazy. My game is it's chugging along. Doesn't seem happy with me. I mean, it never is, but
Not a drop of magic remaining. I've got the juice.
say changes to further improve target farming's in order. It's something I would need to give thought to because they already improved it quite a bit. Like removal of chaos tiers, scrunching of the stat pool, reduction of the size of some of the more generic stats like gun damage and stuff like that. That all helped a lot. Increasing the weighting towards class specific and making sure everything is sourced. That's all good. That all helped. I don't necessarily know how they could go further. Like, other than changing all of the... Like, change ability spell and gun crit chance passive into just being a crit chance passive. Maybe that's something they could do to scrunch it down even further. I don't think that's necessarily unreasonable. But I don't know how much they could do outside of doing more radical things that maybe the dedicated farmers and I don't agree on, like extremely high drop rates for items, like 1 every run type shit. People suggest the blacksmith could be expanded on rerolling one passive, for example. Thing with that is, how do you do that in a mod? I know they had goals, they had ideas for things they wanted to do with the Moon Orb rerolling station, for example, but limitations. Keep in mind, this is not a new game, it's a mod of an existing game. They do have limitations to work within. Got no clue about any of that. Right, it's easy to suggest things, but there's a lot of stuff that just straight up might not be possible. Like, adding new assets in any capacity is really hard, whether that's new models or new items. New models might not even be possible. Like, they do have limitations to work within. A lot of the stuff that's been used to do things in Wonderland's Redux has been, like, new discoveries in how to mod these games. There's a bunch of stuff that only recently was discovered to be possible. Like, stuff like the pack file modding, that's relatively new. Like, they tried to increase mob density for all the overworld dungeons, but after months of trying to make it work, they couldn't get to work without bugging out spawns from progression breaking, etc. Yeah. Also, hi, Mr. Steel. How you doing? Can I interest you in some lightning bolts, good sir? Stuck in the ground. swap speed makes it feel real fluid. Yeah, I think being able to drop Instinct for double knot helps out that side of the build. If I was trying to keep it more gun focused, then I guess, like, optimally speaking, I should be going 5 Ancient Fury, 2 double knot. If I was going pure guns, it'd be 5 Ancient Fury, 5 Imbued Weapon, 1 Cold Snap. But I like having double knot.
Nothing up my sleeve.
I almost killed it with a mulligan. I was just debuffing and it almost died. Fusion is certainly trying. You're prioritizing polymorphs, part of the debuffing rotation. Just probably do something special to give you more damage. Action skill active for when I'm in mobbing. So I get projectile speed and AoE radius. And then when I'm bossing, it applies my spell directly to the forehead, directly to the boss, while also giving me spell weaving stacks. And the thing is, Ambihex wouldn't really be any more useful because I still need both my hands free to chuck head on. I just didn't replace the shit slate because blank slate isn't shit, Irish. Name another armor that gives you XP. It has a unique function. Avoiding removal of things with a unique function wherever possible is good choice making. Doing damage to bosses really helps in damaging boss. Yeah, like with chucking, I need both of my hands free, so like sustain spells aren't fantastic, and Ambihex, my right hand spell would rarely get used unless I want double shock blasts. But like if I want double shock blast, I can just polymorph and get more shock blast that way. So whenever I want to use it, it looks like shit. So once again, thing you have not personally used or thought of a use case for does not necessarily mean it doesn't have a good reason to exist. Right? Like, it'd be a bit weird for all the players who have never played anything but gun builds to be like, yeah, just delete melee weapons from the game. I never swing them, so they don't need to be here. Like, that was a weird take when people did that with grenades in BL3. Or they're like, grenades are bad. Have you used them? No. Why do you feel that way? Because I've never used them. Like, don't be that person. I'm not saying blank slate is like a go-to for builds or anything, but deleting an item from the game because you haven't personally used it is just kind of... Come on. Like, Twin Soul got overwritten in the mod, and it's an unfortunate casualty of overwriting an existing item. To someone else, doing the same to blank slate could be removing something they like. Yeah, ability level +2 sounds like it could be interesting in the mod. Especially because we don't have to deal with chaos tiers, making class power scale to a point where, like, a big reason why, even for ability damage source things that could benefit heavily from ability +2 on a blank slate, is class power at Ascended was just huge. Now, you're still missing out on class power, period, but you're missing out on less. The gap is smaller. Still missing out on skills and armor passives, but the gap is smaller. Multi-headed Hydra. Class power on Stabo to boost sturdy fighting. Stabo class power is also from the Shadow's duration and Ghostblade damage. Like, the least useful class power is Spore, I guess? Spore or Grave. But then, if you're using things that benefit from ability, then they benefit from that class power. So it is a tough place to be in, but I don't think the item should be written off. As a case where it's used as an item should. Right. If you get a blank slate as a drop during a playthrough, it is insanely good. For example. It's also good for leveling characters. And if you were to be the type who wants to grind out more myth rank, that's what you wear. Play the Angle's damage and Spore power. Play the Angle's benefits from Spore power, but it's already strong enough that you don't need any. Like, it's already a double dip. That's the same reason Grave power on Blast Gasp isn't as big a deal. Burr power for Blast Chill isn't, excuse me, as big a deal. It still helps, but it's not as critical as it is for something like, you know, you really don't want to skip Claw power for the action skills. Dying. It's my myth rank. I have not spent any since 480, so I am at 1140 with 660 unspent. Hi, Kevin. What are you doing, Cat? Guess they removed that from UI. Thankfully, a lot of people do play with self-imposed myth rank caps because you can't change it at all from within the game. You need third-party tools. So removing the prompt is just good. But see, it's back now.
Ready to fling the bed. This one fancies himself a fearsome brute. A poor death. 2 out of 5 stars of impenetrable darkness.
Got mine on PS5 400, probably go higher on PC since they balanced it a bit better. I feel no need to go beyond, like, honestly, I'd probably, if I could respec it in game, I would go down to 400. Because I don't want these extra nodes at all anymore. It's nice to have, like, a little bit of ability damage without putting on ability damage gear. Same with companion damage. But I don't want the gun damage, the spell damage, or the melee damage. I don't want those. So, like, yeah. I'm fine with the ability damage, I don't want the others. But because of how investing works, I'd have to sacrifice all of them, so I'm just willing to do that. Ranks are relevant for this build. Well, for this build, it mostly is. But there's core things that I just like to have when I play the game. Like, I like the movement speed, I like the mag size, I like the reload speed, the melee speed, the things that make the game feel better. Damage stats from myth rank? Even in small doses, I don't feel great about it. And unfortunately, it's like a toxic topic to touch because there's some people who have lots of myth rank and they do not like how people perceive the effects of lots of myth rank, despite the fact that, you know, it does exactly what people are afraid of it doing. It's just there's a lot of differing opinions in that area. And there's some hurt feelings because of it. All could have been avoided if Myth rank had some sort of mitigating factors put in place, like Guardian rank and Badass rank both had measures to stop it from being as crazy as Myth rank, but for every 40 ranks you get 1% melee, Gaunt ability spell, and Redux. That's more in line with something I'd consider reasonable. But, like, let's look at how much I would get. $660, 1 by 40, 16. I'd get 16%. 16% is still more than a ring's worth in each stat. More than a ring. So, even from what I have here, do we think that me being able to equip 4 extra rings worth of stats is reasonable? Do we think that doesn't affect how a build functions? 4 extra rings worth of stats. Whether you like the fact that it affects builds significantly or not, it doesn't matter. It affects builds significantly. That's reality.
Not just work honesty, soldier.
With rank should have an off switch like Guardian rank. Yeah. Guardian rank also has the option to toggle individual perks. That's cool. But Myth rank having the option to toggle individual nodes would have been nice. So then I would just turn off all the uncapped except for like ability damage. And there's plenty of people who go more hardcore about self-imposed limits than me. There's people like me and Mr. Steel who go to 480. There's a lot of people who go to 400. Mr. Sean plays with 0, last I checked. Even the top end people in D3 are only up to parry on 1k for official runs. I didn't know that, that's interesting. Still 0? Yeah. Even the difference between 0 and 400 is massive because of all the different quality of life stats. I have just grown too accustomed to having those stats where I don't want to go back to not having them. Knowing everything I know about the topic now, I probably never would have spent any Myth rank. But I'm too used to it. It's been tainted for me. I don't have the willpower to tolerate running 20% slower at all times. Whatever spec until I can turn it off for testing. Yeah. Stopped at 500. That's another popular number. Ostrich, yeah. It's a nice round number. Keep in mind, what we're talking about right now is the difference between self-imposed caps and how far Redux's appropriately nerfed Myth rank goes. If you go over to vanilla Myth rank, ugh. It is especially egregious over there. Start a new playthrough, not having that move speed buff is so hurtful. Yeah. Played around the Pagner yet? A bit. Yeah, on like stream 1 and 2 of Redux that I did. It was fine. A bit unremarkable, but fine. Honestly, unless there's some major changes or for a challenge run, I don't see myself going back to vanilla. Yeah, we can be pretty positive that there's not going to be major changes. I don't really see myself going back to vanilla either. Now, maybe if Redux development were to end one day and, like, the Twin Soul never comes back, and the Frozen Orb, then maybe one day I go back to vanilla to use those. But other than that, I don't see myself turning this off. Which is very high praise, because for these kinds of games, especially build crafting based games, I do not like changing what's there very much. Because it kind of can undermine your ability to, like, be like, hey, this is what's in the game and this is what I worked with. Because you changed the game to I don't like doing non-vanilla for a lot of games like this. Let's just put it that way. Like, even well-designed balancing mods like Balance over for BL3. I'm a fan of the Balance mod. I don't play with Balance, I play vanilla. Not just because I do time trials in BL3, but just because I like vanilla. But for Wonderlands, Redux is like my default experience now. Bison boss.
Feeling sleepy.
Still determined to bring back the Twin Soul, give it another crack today. If you figure it out, I'm sure the team would be open to, like, you know, you mentioning that. That is, if they haven't already figured out how to do it. They've got content updates in the pipeline. I trust them. Let them cook. Hey, green. I've seen fewer greens than I've seen pearls in this mod. I mean emeralds. Yes, sorry, emeralds. Are they Chaos Emeralds? 'Cause Chaos Chamber? You weird chan me. I think we'll just have to suggest another weapon for a new pearl to replace Storm Surge. Nah, Tide Sarah. Replace Tide Sarah. Because Storm Surge is nice for the guaranteed melee dot. Tide Sarah is just a worse version of Storm Surge. It's like the LeChance's leg peg leg situation. They got rid of one and left the other because they're basically the same effect. Let's get rid of the inferior one. Get rid of the Wailing Banshee is what you're saying. Banshee Claw. Not Wailing Banshee. The Banshee Claw. Yeah, you get rid of that one too. I'm down for that. I see so many Banshee Claws and it just doesn't have a use case. Drill's Fury? The sniper rifle? Why would you do that? Cat, what are you doing?
so much power.
No, it's the name of the worst Wizards Pipe SMG. Drill's Legacy? Is that it? You know, it works a little differently to Wizard's Pipe, but yeah, I'd say, yeah, that's maybe one you could get away with overwriting. I'd say that's one you could get away with. That one's tricky, though, because you'd have to change, like, a main quest reward. I don't know if that interferes with it. You have to change that to give something else, I guess. Redux fix Imelda. They did what they could with boss hitboxes in a couple places. The Banshee Claw and playthrough, like quest order during storm, I want to keep that one. Yeah, so that's the problem they run with overwriting those items, because at endgame, neither of them have uses, but people like them in playthroughs. So, if an item's use case is in playthrough, then that's maybe something that shouldn't be overlooked. Like the blank slate argument. I might not care about it, but clearly a couple people do, so maybe don't delete an item they want to exist. Same thing as the blank slate. The only difference is personal investment. Oh, Mr. Sean. Mr. Sean. I'm out of coffee. Sad. Yeah? Okay. It's there. I don't know, RNG might have just been fucking you. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Dog's stuggling me to sleep for a bit. Oh, that's cute. I woke up with Jake just snuggled up to my chest this morning. It was the cutest shit. Fucking love that cat. Got a bunch of decent stuff with that enchant stash away for when I do a Plague Storm playthrough. Yeah, apparently the Plague Storm augment isn't currently giving the extra radius. There's a few bugs that, like, they have some good ideas in Redux that proving difficult to successfully implement. Hopefully we get those fixed. And it's an expansive project, so I'm willing to be patient. Animals are all very loving, obnoxiously sometimes. So Stabbo Protagonizer is one of those things that on the surface doesn't sound good, but like, if you're doing, say, From the Shadows Play the Angles, then it goes pretty hard. Or From the Shadows Geist in the Shell. It goes pretty hard. I'm gonna take that. My inventory situation's so fucked. I don't need all these extra gluttonies. I have a Shadowfire in storage. We keep rolling for more spine touches, chat. Surely I'll get one with gun damage crossbolts eventually. Like, it'll be such a big deal. See, let me find one. Oh yeah, bolts last 4 seconds. You can have up to 25 bolts. Now we'll never really have 25, but let's say I have. Let's just say I have 2 bolts. An average of 2 bolts is realistic. That's just a 12% fresh multiplier. for all of my damage. You know how impactful area damage is at 10% on armor? 2 crossbolts is more than that. Getting gun damage crossbolts is a game changer. I need it. The undamaged crossbolt, multi-headed Hydra. Sad. You guys have any recommendations for purple weapon farms in Redux? Anything that you found works for you? Way to fix the UI issue is not something you can fix for Redux. They've done what they can with UI. They did some nice things that do help, like color coding icons has been great. They removed the obnoxious character model from the middle of your screen here, but there's so much that they just can't do anything with, you know, modding limitations. Give money less than you are? Okay. I'll try again. Like, giving them the absolute minimum I could, I just found myself getting a lot of blues, but I'll keep trying. Dragon Lord chest room isn't too bad. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, Mambo. I like that one. Someone remind me to try that after this boss run. Hi, Jake. $2K Crystal usually gives me like 5 Legos and 13-inch purples and a few blues. Yeah, I'll have to press the button for less time. Yeah, Gunslinger Bloodshot Lightning goes so hard. Because the splash radius on the bolt is so huge that you're just tagging every enemy at once. Boom, reminded. Fuck you. Tried fighting the Maker for the first time last night. How'd that go? One shot. 3 mil on that. Nice. How does Redux work with the weekly chambers? Does a customer use the ones from Gearbox? It uses whatever feature is in vanilla. Poorly, I'd already wasted all my lives on stupid stuff earlier. Couldn't figure out how to ghost later. Yeah. The most frustrating thing when going for Maker runs is when you just lose a life to one of the other bosses to like some dumb shit. Like Bark spawn camping you after you make a mistake so you lose 2 lives in a run. Or Gloop's projectiles hitting you because their hitboxes decided to not exist. Or Bunny deciding to turn in such a way where you can't see it during the sandstorm phase. You died at chip. You know, that kind of thing. That really sets you back. It's a lot of fun though. Yeah, I'm glad. First time I fought the Makers with a full group of friends, and it was very enjoyable. I was using sigils to heal everyone up while we were figuring out the mechanics as we fought. It was really cool. Buffer in case something goes wrong. Yeah, buying an extra life is Pretty wise. Hey, Urban Mech. Morning, it's 3 p.m. I want to play Wonderland's playthrough again now, but specifically want to use my hammer. Still morning out here. Understandable. Not everyone can be in the morally correct time zone. How are you today? Yeah, Micro, something I've found myself, like, in my opinion, Clawbringer is the playthrough class. But, like, optimally, smoothest playthrough experience, for me, is start Sabo, and then take Clawbringer as second class, and then just throw Hammer. You just throw Hammer. You don't ever need to re-gear after that point, you just throw Hammer. Spec down to Alchemical Agent, get a melee weapon with good crit chance, throw Hammer. You win. That's the whole game. Just throw Hammer. How's Shotgun going? Shotgun's going really well.
Casting spells and loading shells. I've seen where you're headed. I don't envy. No,
That's rude, girl. Connoisseur got in the way of my damage there. That's sad. It's the first time he's successfully done a dive on this phase today. The resisted damage mattered. Sag. When this game came out, I was dedicated to Claw, even though it was weak. I just wanted to beat Thor, and by God, I was. The thing with Claw at launch is, like, I wasn't immune to this either. It wasn't the weakest. It was, in fact, it was quite good. It's just not a lot was understood about it, and then some of that stuff changed, and still, not a lot of stuff was understood. Like, we undervalued quite a few things at launch. I don't think Claw ever was the weakest. I maintain that it was probably always Spore or Grave. Leaning Grave. Spell Shot's always been the weakest. Tell him, Swin. Enrage everybody. Spell Shot more like spell shit. Got him. How are you, Seabiscuit? Weak as a pure melee? Spore. That would be Spore. So Spellblade exists and Warp Paradigm. And Cryo Forbidden Spell. Way to optimize bunnies is weird. It is weird. I don't like it. It's very tedious. I don't have the attention span for this. Like, I'm fully aware that it's my ADHD brain not allowing me to like this. But yeah, that is definitely more loot. Why were you Dagger Storm? It was so close. The right element, the right crossbolts, Dagger Storm. That's a Shrike with melee bolts. That's good for other builds. Hey, lil bro? What do you mean lil bro? Mr. Glenn. If that is your real name. Mr. Adge. Younger than he is. Want not Hydra. Hey, it says assassin now. It's no longer Assassin. They fixed it. L change. Bring back Flat. But Mr. Glenn teaches, so that adds like 5 years to his age. Yeah, but I have chronic body pain, so that adds like 20 years to my age. And I'm willing to argue age like this, so that means I'm an old man. What's Chaos Bug? Thank you for typing, because you reminded me I want to try the Dragon Lord farm. The Chaos Bug is when sometimes you load in and enemy health will not be applied, like enemy... The multiplier for Chaos HP just won't be there. So what this means is you'll be fighting Chaos 0 health. And yeah, it sucks. You're like 26? I'm 28. Assassins, you know, they have the deadliest farts. That's what happens when you have 2 asses. Do they have enough mason jars? Oh yeah, he's old. Well, fuck you. I'm not old because 28 is old. I'm old because I'm mentally weak. And physically weak. Emotionally weak. Spiritually weak too. Just weak is the important part. I keep picking up my mug and it's empty. The other day my kid said that butts were like 3s on their side. Yes, your kid's fucking genius. Spitting facts. Both laughed and agreed with him. He's right. You can rocket jump in Redux, work on our amulet, sunburn, jam. Ooh. Sunburn applies physics like that? That's cool. I like that, little Rambo. That's cool. How did I miss my delusion? I'm great at video games.
My endless reign has just begun. Oh, oh, oh.
got a phase skip. Let's go. Echo Fate Breaker. I'll take that. And now the reason we're here. Go down here and grab some purples, hopefully. We can actually just shoot them all, huh? Redux W. Raining Calamity. Fortifying Sigils are nice. Yeah, I'm down to do this for a few runs. This is, like, much less likely to be legendary, so I think, provided I can kill Dragonlord faster than I can do a boss run, this should be faster.
The age of heroes is over.
Would you look at that? I'm all reloaded.
Kneel before your dragon lord.
I'm gonna aim me.
You wanted to meet Bernadette? I am invincible.
Is it bad that I'm just hoping he doesn't drop me his pearl, because I just don't want to see it? Fate Breakers, yes, don't drop me that other thing. Oh, here's what I'll do for this.
Magic
Does that open them all?
bag.
Oh, no. That's fine. I tried. Keep a big boy rocket for opening all chests in the room at once. It's optimal. We are getting Furiors. That's cool. The Pixie Bloodshot. Not the right kind of Bloodshot. Save, quit farming, what a hypocrite. See, get roasted if I save edit gear. Get roasted if I farm gear. Just get roasted.
Presto reload.
What you should be roasting me on is the fact that I somehow missed that man's crit spot. You're supposed to shit on the game and not play it. Ah, got you. Got you. You're doing it wrong.
What? Did you multi-class it, dumbass?
Doing a K6 cosplay. Now I'm just distracted by how that would look.
You wanted some meat, Bernadette?
Very, very.
I feel like people don't talk enough about the unspoken riz of K6. Yeah, I said it.
Oh, you're all tragic. No backstory. Oh, 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 oh,
Oh, I'm out of ammo. Kind of a problem.
I am invincible. Oh, 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 oh,
It's unspoken because you don't have to do anything. Yeah, he just exists and it works. Nothing gets me going more than a 45-year-old loving father who plays on controller. Ugh. Wrong controllers? Nothing. If it's not being clear, genuine admiration. $45, something around there. I want to age it that gracefully. Shit. Want to live long enough, C45? Realistic goals. I like it. It was 45. You, after having to pay your water bill from all the people watching the stream from the shower. From your phone. Got him. This farm seems kind of good. Yeah, it seems pretty good for purples. Unfortunately, it's not like a bunny where I can control which type. That's the downside. But for general purples, it seems pretty good. Can we talk about how hard the name Woolly Bully Killshot goes? This is like if PETA dropped a diss track and also started actually caring about animals. You bully the woolly, you get the kill shot. Eminem meets PETA. Was that your nickname in high school? Woolly Bully Killshot? Yeah. Obligatory fuck PETA? Of course. PETA do be trash. They care more about harassing people than helping animals. Always have, always will. Because they kill the animals themselves. It's all performative. I don't know what PETA stands for except for people eating tasty animals. People against the exploitation of animals or some shit that doesn't quite work. It's an ironic name because they don't actually give a shit. Like I said, it's performative. People for ethical treatment of animals, yeah, and they don't do that. POV, you're a 12-year-old girl's dog on your porch. And PETA took that personally. So, of course, the run where I say, hey, you don't get as many legendaries, I start getting legendaries. You know one of those guys? Ugh. Was it hard to not, you know, punch him in the fucking face? I did want oil and spice. We'll take that for some testing. Yeah, like hypothetically speaking, in a totally non-violent sense, of course. People who do that kind of thing don't really need all of their teeth. Now, of course, non-violently, right? All I'm saying, prison got 3 meals a day. Try not to be violent, but I'm protective of small people and animals. Yeah. Yeah.
Kneel before your dragon lord!
One of the clients at my old workplace way back in the day, one of the reasons I left. Understandable.
But you gotta walk and feed him yourself.
The hits keep on coming. These hands are ready for blasting.
Under Fury. Perfectly now. I gotta be careful on autopilot that I actually do look at the purples and make sure I'm not leaving guns behind. Times 12 skull top's pretty good. 90% spell crit chance. Yeah, that's a double roll. So triple roll spell crit chance on a ring is 135% in Redux. So this is another good example of passives being reshuffled does not mean they mean less in the mod. And there's gun mag size there as well. Which means you can now get mag size for launchers on non-fealty oaths. Let's do one more run. Do one more. An actual one more. I'm proving it by doing the run on PP%. PP%? Mm-hmm.
The skies will darken. The coffee shops will be out of oat milk, and they'll say, it's all okay. And it won't be okay.
Rojo is super dope. Yeah, I like it. It looks very good. They did a good job. Hitting the polymorph hitbox on Bernadette. Oh, we hit it that time. Ow. He attacked me while he was immune. This is toxic. I'm not allowed to do that. Cryo Fatebreaker with Echo. I'll take that. Keeps letting Dragon Lord out of the Chaos Chambers. What do we got? Throwing Bolt. It just isn't a throwing bolt. I hate it. It frustrates me. Spine Touch. Gun damage crossbolts. No lightning bolts. Surely it's a thing. Surely. Surely it's a thing. Oh, this actually goes hard. This goes really hard. Hole Puncher or Masher with the From the Shadows enchant. Just get as much reload speed as possible and just click this. That seems funny. It's nice that they have a portal to Brighthoof here. Like, even after the story kill. Okay, I'm just gonna put my character in the Chaos Chamber so I don't forget to do that later. But yeah, I got more gear farming I want to do for this build. This gunslinger can improve. I could still improve my ring situation. Better spine touches. Could still get a better shaped hourglass, technically speaking. There's still room for improvement, but this build is nutty, and I'm gonna keep working on it. There's still more Redux builds I want to do and stuff. But that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. In terms of Monday content, I have no idea. Chance of this. Nice pragmatic. Chance of this, chance of continuing the near playthrough, chance of if for some reason Jedi Survivor suddenly works on Monday and I haven't refunded it by then, maybe I do that. Oh, stupid sexy cow, hopefully soon, hopefully. If they fix it in the next week, then like, yeah, I'll do it. But if they don't, then I'm just gonna refund it and wait for a sale. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Let's find somewhere to go. See who's live at 3 p.m. on a Saturday. Yes, Kevin, I will get you food. Cat is on Wonderlands, Gage is on Skyrim. I have really been enjoying Gage's Skyrim streams. Yeah, let's go over there. Okay, join the raid. We're gonna say hi to Gage, who was in here earlier. Challenge runner, one lifer in Borderlands 2 primarily, but also does permadeath Skyrim stuff, and it's super enjoyable. Like, you have no idea the stress when there's like one NPC that's aggroed and he's trying to do quest objectives and stuff. It's really entertaining stuff. I frequently lurk as the background on one of my monitors while I do other stuff. So you'll enjoy the content and whatnot. But yeah, copy the raid message if you got it. We should come up with, for next stream, we gotta have a jiggling raid message. Something with that. But yeah, y'all are great. I'll see you next time. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.